Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Welcome to Repitching Doctor Who. I am Joshua Edward, and I'm joined with
Will Fenner, hello.
Woo.
Wow.
So this is kind of like our little opportunity to kind of talk about where we think maybe the show's going wrong, what could change, what must change, what's kind of happening with the show at the moment. What would we do if we were the future showrunners? So yeah, that's kind of the gist of the stream, really.
Yeah.
Nice,
So any questions you have, guys, basically, just feel free to leave a message in the chat. We'll keep reading them.
Yes, we'll
just
definitely be looking at them. So we've got both my chat and Will's chat in the middle, so they're both joined together. So we'll get them from both sides. So yes, we are streaming on both channels. Because why not? Why not?
It's looking good on mine.
Perfect. We are toying with the idea of potentially doing more regular ones. Just kind of seeing. We'll see how this goes. But if we
it all depends on season 2 how that does,
and that too. But yeah, I guess it's also if we can. Oh my god, I'm already losing train of thought. This is crazy. But yeah, no, it all depends whether we have any other things we want to talk about, or even if things that you suggest, and we're like, oh, that's a good talking point for a future stream. But I wouldn't say these will be like weekly or anything like that, but they will be like kind of probably dotted about. If
maybe one-off sort of thing, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. So, do you want to start us off with the first kind of talking point, Will?
So what we're going to be doing, we're just going to be reflecting on where the series we both think has gone wrong in recent years, and then just talking about ways how we're gonna, how we could fix things, pitching ideas, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Because as Doctor Who fans, we hate to see the show going down the pan. Basically, we don't want it to happen. I mean, no one does. Exactly. So,
but will we be going into another Wilderness Years? Do you think?
That's what RTD seems to be hinting. So,
yeah.
Who knows?
We will look over some kind of interviews that they've done as well, probably later on into the stream, as we kind of discuss things. But yeah, the kind of the press, the media at the moment isn't looking too good, and they don't have a lot of faith in themselves either, Doctor Who. So
yeah,
it's kind of interesting to kind of see what happens.
Oh, hang on a minute. Have we got the stream gone? Oh no, we're still going.
Okay, cool. Don't scare me like that.
Just went off for a minute. Just any issues, guys. If you see any issues, let us know, because we are blind.
We are literally blind doing this. We don't know what's going on. So,
because if yours goes down, mine goes down. So
yeah, exactly. So
if I can get both streams up,
everything is looking okay, OBS wise, like my end. So
yeah,
it should run smooth. I mean, we've done quite a few test streams and they've been fine. So it's kind of a shame if it breaks now when we actually now that we've actually done this. So yeah. Overall streams looking perfect so far. Perfect.
Cool.
Loving that.
Do you want to get the RTD thing up then? We'll start off with that.
Which one? We've got quite a few.
Is it the news round? I think.
Yeah. We can do news round first. Yeah. Brilliant. So
that's what started it off.
Yes, with my trusty, beautiful looking. Ta-da! What? That's crazy. That's crazy. Right. So here we go. So this is from News Round. It was their exclusive interview about Series 2. And they do ask the question of what is happening in the future for the show. So let's give it a quick little watch.
Very quickly, Series 3. Anyone know anything? Series 3?
I don't know.
I'm asking you guys. You should know more than me.
I don't know anything.
I kind of know that the Doctor's reached the status of like Robin Hood. Sometimes there might be a pause, and during that pause, the viewers of Newsround now will grow up a few years and start writing stories, and they'll bring it back. So I have absolute faith that that will survive, because I'm living proof of it. And that's what happens to good ideas. No good idea ever dies.
So there we
So
go.
there you go. So
Fully said.
He's literally has just said what what we've been discussing, really.
Well, I did see some people saying it had been edited, so he could have asked a different question. But it's funny because he said that in 2005, the exact same thing. Oh, in 20 years we'll be getting new people in. Viewers will grow up and they'll write the show.
Yeah.
And here we are, 20 years later, still writing it.
And he's still.
Well, maybe
there.
they just need new people. Yeah.
Well, this is what we were saying. I think it needs new blood. It needs fresh blood. I think it was good to know that we had someone that was going to somewhat save the show, because it was meant to end on an open end with Jodie Whittaker. So having him kind of come in and save it and be like, "Oh no, Doctor Who is still continuing, I promise." But then and then it just went bonkers. Went bonkers, and obviously it's kind of gone down that fantasy route now.
Yeah, that's the main thing.
And I think fantasy is a genre in general. Doctor Who has done before, and that is fine. But it was done with it was more sprinkled in rather than being the core genre, the core focus of Doctor Who. Yeah,
because what they're trying to do, they're trying to change the genre of the show to suit the writers rather than finding writers to suit the show. But I think that's because the majority of the BBC writers, that it's either soap or police and crime dramas. It's that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But other than Doctor Who, are there any other science fiction shows on the BBC?
I actually don't.
I think there is.
Think there is. Don't you feel that some of the fans are also bringing down the show? If you've seen Twitter, you know what I mean. Yeah. I think some fans do just go all negative with the show, because don't get me wrong, there are still positives within the new season 1 and what we've seen so far with season 2. There are positives, but I think some of the hate that's thrown out there probably isn't deserved, and it's only because it's people who have very extreme views, or they need to express this view that is considered as unpopular. So they just go they don't. The majority of the people who do that are the people who haven't even watched it. I find is they go, "Oh, I'm not watching this because it's this person, or they're promoting this now, so no." So I do find that the fans do kind of ruin it a bit.
I look at it in terms of story. Is it a good story? Yes or no?
No, exactly. That's how I look at it as well. So, I mean, we watched the new one, the Robot Revolution, I think it's called.
We watched it together.
Yeah. It's a stronger start to season 1.
It was a lot better than Space Babies, put it that way.
Yeah. It's just not. There's still quite. We were kind of watching it, and my main comment was, I feel like it's now being made to suit people of this day and age where we have short attention spans. We're always on our phones now. We're scrolling TikTok. We're looking at YouTube Shorts, whatever. We're looking at all this short form content now. And me watching that, it just felt so jumpy. And I always found that TV shows shouldn't go that way, because like the whole point is that you're there for the story. That's why you invest your time into it, right?
Yeah.
So like YouTube's a different thing. You go on YouTube and you just want to watch something in the background or just brain rot. But I was watching it and I kept pointing out all these little things to you, and I was like, they're missing a shot there. They're missing this. It feels like they've just gone, "Oh, I'm so and so. I miss Belinda Chandra." Drop the miss. Yeah. And then it's 17 years later. Okay, cool. Then the Doctor's like, "I'm looking for Miss Belinda Chandra." And obviously that's the whole mystery of why he's looking for her, which obviously we find out probably later on into the series. But it was just that, and then straight away it's the robots are in the house, and I'm like, we just needed just a few more minutes, I think, to really sit with the companion.
Yeah, I reckon it's just because it was a big budget story,
yeah,
and they ran out of time editing it. I think that's what it was.
because we were looking at some of the stuff with the AI generator. I won't go into too much about the reveal of that in case anyone hasn't watched it. But there's just some of the shots where you can probably tell that where the actors are standing is the real stage, and then in front of that is a big like blue
green
screen or green screen.
Yeah.
Because if you look, the perception just warps ever so slightly weirdly.
Something not right about it. Yeah.
Yeah, which just makes it feel like it's AI. Funnily enough, the core of the episode, but it just feels so very AI when you kind of look back on it. And maybe that's what they were going for. Maybe that was the point. They were trying to go for this AI kind of look, because it's down to these robots who worship the AI generator and things like that. But yeah, story-wise, didn't really like grip me. You know, I was, if anything, I actually thought Varida carried the episode. I agree. I think that was the only thing I was really watching it for in that moment, was just I'm watching it because she was funny. Like, I'm laughing at her jokes, you know. Who am I marrying? What? A spark plug? Like that was funny. But the rest of it's just
She did feel a bit like a mixture of Martha and Donna.
Yeah.
There was a lot of reused ideas in that one as well,
though. Like the whole like I'm not special, you know, I'm not important.
All that Destiny stuff again.
Yeah. So it is a bit weird. But there's I don't know, it just kind of jumps to one thing to another. Like it went from, oh, this is my life on Earth, then it goes to, oh, I'm now in what's it called? I'm now in another planet, Miss Belinda Chandra. Now the rebels have arrived, and then they're in the Undercity. You have your little very, very quick, which I think is too quick, quiet moment underground. And then she's like, no, I've had enough. I'm gonna take this into my own hands. All of a sudden, it's just like 1 minute it's like, and then it's okay, here, polish. Give me bring best character in the whole episode. Polish. But no, it was just a bit too like next scene. And it also felt like some of the
dopamine
scenes
hits.
Yeah. I also think some of the scenes may have been deleted. I think there's some missing scenes there. Especially potentially in the bit where he's explaining how he got there, because he calls the TARDIS my ship, and then all of a sudden at the end she's like, so this is your TARDIS then? And some people have theorized, or maybe it's because obviously she like he latches onto her during the whole like big particle, like the atoms thing. So maybe because he was like, oh, you mean you go back years, and he kind of saw her her memories and her timeline, so maybe she got a bit back from that as well. We won't know until we go further into the series on whether that's actually what happened. But it's either it's that, or it's just it was just they cut a scene where he calls it the TARDIS, and they went, so this is your TARDIS then, which I feel like is a pretty big like thing that you don't want to cock up, really.
But why would you rush a series opener though? That's the question.
I also don't understand why they have to be 45 minutes. They're 8 episodes. Why not just take the extra 15 minutes? Surely you'd be able to bargain that. Like, oh, we're doing less episodes, but we're going to do an hour. Like,
yeah.
I never understood that when they brought out season 1. I was like, why isn't it longer? Like, I get you're kind of sticking to the normal format, but you've also destroyed the normal format by removing like 6 episodes.
Because if I was going to do it like a series open, I'd do it as a special, like an hour-long special.
No, yeah, so would I.
A match with the finale.
Mm.
You know.
I think that's a better
that's
way
just
because then
me.
you get to keep those slower moments because you need that time to bond with the companion because as sad as it is to say, but they are the audience surrogate. Like they are obviously you're watching for the Doctor, but also they're your eyes into understanding what's going on because they're the ones who will ask the question on your behalf. So it's like you've got to like them. So it's I don't know. Sorry, there was a few comments, and I think it's not a bad start for the companion, but I agree we do need a breather between scenes. I felt they made it fast because it's from Belinda's POV, but at this point it just feels it was a bit rushed. Yeah, 100%. I do. Yeah, you need the breather bits, and it is just very, very quick cut. And I think that's the issue is that I can't watch. I kind of regret sometimes taking film because I can't watch something and go, whoa, wow.
It's very predictable now, isn't it? When you know how a story is and how it's laid out, you have the inciting incident, you got the midpoint, you got the it becomes predictable. You know.
Yeah.
You can just see how the story's going to play out.
And I'm just here going, I know what's going to happen here, and then but obviously because I'm more specialized obviously in editing, post production. So it's kind of I see all the little errors and all the little like like there's actually a bit where he gets off the floor after deactivating polish, and all of a sudden it's like they've
stood up.
They've J-cut the audio, and then he stood up.
Yeah,
and I'm like, you don't need to do that. Just do it in one full motion. You don't save any time, really. You save, what, 2 seconds? Like, it's not that deep. It's not that deep. If you've cut out whole scenes, you can keep that one little, like, movement thing. And it's like, even like stuff like that when like we do it in Gmod. Like, I try my best to do it so that it flows.
Yeah.
But
The only time I cut is like if I needed to show. Well, if I couldn't show something, I needed to use like a sound for it instead.
Yeah.
That's where I'd maybe do that with the cut. But if you're in like a live action thing, it's a lot easier.
100%
to do.
100%.
Yeah.
But then it gauges the audience to think, I think. So they hear a sound and they go, "Ooh, I wonder how we did that." Like, I watched the Master thing you did in yours, and I'm like, "Oh, how's he bashing the console?" In fairness, obviously, I acted it out when I did the line, but so obviously, I immediately imagine it were going, "Oh," and like, but
stupid piece of junk.
The stupid piece of junk.
Yeah.
But yeah. I don't know, but I think that's probably enough said about episode 1 of the new season. Obviously, we get episode 2 on Saturday, and we'll see what happens.
Well,
with that.
episode 2 from the trailer, I thought that looked like there was an episode of Dimension 404. If anyone's seen that, and it's called Sinithrax. Look it up if you haven't seen it. It's really good. But it's about this guy. He goes to a cinema with his like stepdaughter or something, and they sit down. They have like this 3D experience. So the uncle he wears 2D glasses, which isn't suitable for it. So he can see what all the others are oblivious to, and he sees this like tentacle creature coming out of the screen, and it's like sucking the souls out of people. It's quite good, but it's a similar sort of premise with like, there's 5 people disappeared in the cinema.
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
It was like it's like 15 or something, isn't it? It's like there's like 15 people.
But
yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. I mean,
but it's what you said though. I think they just need some fresh ideas and new writers in.
They do. And
why don't they collaborate with Big Finish?
I don't know. There's so many writers for Big Finish, and so many good stories on Big Finish, and I don't get why they didn't go. Oh, he did a good one, or she did a good one. Let's get them in. Like, do that. I know series 2 has got a lot more guest writers.
But I noticed, I think, other than Pete McTighe, I think he's the only one that has science, and Russell T Davies, of course, but
yeah.
only those two have science fiction backgrounds.
Yeah. So, God knows.
Got a
what's
question
gonna
on my
happen.
one.
Ooh.
Do you think episode 3 is going to be a sequel to Midnight or the Satan Pit? That's a good question.
I think the door looks very like the intro card thing. I mean, hang on, let me get it up. But the door looks very like the Satan's Pit kind of look. But then didn't they say, I don't know whether it was confirmed or whether people were just going crazy on it, but like when like it flashes, like the clock goes to midnight or something. Because they said that it was like linked to another episode, right?
Because that could be interpreted like in any way, because there was a clock in the blooming Madame de Pompadour episode, so you could say it's like that.
How do
I think you're only going to find out until the episode comes out, but it could be anything.
No, yeah.
I just don't like the idea of all this sequels and remakes, because there's no original ideas nowadays.
Yeah.
That's the main problem. And it's not just Doctor Who for that. It's the industry as a whole.
Yeah.
They're desperate for creative people like to, come up with original good ideas.
And they don't. So
well,
it's, yeah, I don't know. Honestly, what's happened is it's a mystery. It's a mystery.
Not the Midnight one.
Hang on, I'm just trying to find it. What the hell is that? Oh yeah, this is the new
Big Finish.
Yeah. Where are they?
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Okay. Right. So this is the Doctor Who ident for it. So the door's very, very Satan's Pit, but the light flashes and it goes to midnight. So people thought it was very much like that they land like it was like screaming you in the face. But when it goes bright, there's not really a lot of other details.
Well, that looks like a crew quarters, doesn't it?
Yeah. So
I
don't
it's
know.
interesting.
I don't know.
Oh, hello, Thares.
Hello.
Well, on to 2025. It's a shock. Welcome to the stream, mate. How are you?
Welcome. But no, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where the link is. But maybe it's no link at all. Maybe there's no link to those episodes at all. Obviously they do land on like some planet by the looks of the kind of the behind the scenes stuff. It's like an excavation team or rescue team or something like that. But yeah, don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Guess we'll just wait and see, really.
It's going to be interesting, I think, just to see how it plays out. Because all this, like, fourth wall breaking, I'm not really a big fan of it, but I don't know what they're planning, to be honest.
Yeah. I think, obviously, this is probably going to be the season when we find out who Mrs. Flood is.
Yeah.
But
the whole thing about it, though, right, with fourth wall breaking, it takes you out of the experience. So if you've got a science fiction show, it's like it seems to be becoming a joke of itself again, like in the 80s.
Yeah.
That's all I'd say, because it's like I don't know. I think of an example, like it's an old one, but you know how Missy was dancing around the Daleks?
Yeah.
And it is the Master's character, but if you'd kind of taken the threat level down of the Daleks and making them a laughing stock again, it's just history repeating itself. Because you need like another episode like Dalek to bring them back to kind of heighten their threat.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Well-
mean, you don't see the Daleks win enough. I think that's the
No.
problem.
I think that's it. Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with. I mean, well, there's a lot wrong with it ethically, but like,
Mm.
in the universe terms, but there's nothing wrong with letting them win. Like,
Yeah.
then you'd see the Doctor.
I'd love to have a series where it's just under Dalek rule,
Mm,
and then by the end, that's where they overcome it.
yeah, yeah.
It would be interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe that could be like a series arc sort of thing. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. Like every place they visit to is under some sort of Dalek control,
Yeah.
and it just shows the scale of it all.
Yeah,
I'd
Goes
love to see
Palm
the
says he'd like to
Daleks.
see the Daleks win a two-parter. Yeah.
I think, yeah.
What were you gonna say?
I think two-parters. The two-parter one's harder because it's like you're built up,
Mm.
and it's like surely they win. But maybe it being a two-parter gives more effect to the Daleks of going, oh my god, they actually won. Like you could build it up as like, oh, the Doctor's got the upper hand, yada yada yada, and then all of a sudden there's just one
Plot twist.
calculation that he missed or something.
Yeah.
And it's like it's allowed the Daleks to win. I think
I
that's
saw a good comment. I think it was in your Discord, Faries. It was someone was asking, should Doctor Who be serialized with one long story stretching across the entire season, or should it stay episodic with new story each week like it currently does? But it all comes back to attention span again, I think.
Yeah.
Because although it would be interesting, because that could work as with this Dalek thing, but again, it's like, will people stick around for it?
Yeah. I don't know.
Hmm.
I think.
Because what do you think about 6 episodes? Like how Flux was doing?
I personally, out of all of the Chibnall stuff, Flux was my favorite. Apart from apart from the ending, we don't talk about the ending. But I wouldn't mind it because you could do like a lot of stuff with that because I think the idea of Flux was done quite well. Like it's one story, but it's still all over the place. Like it still follows the Doctor Who format of next episode they're here, next episode they're there. It's just all linked to this one event. So I think it's possible, and I think it's not a bad idea. But I feel like if they do it, it should be more like a specials sort of thing. You know, like it's like a it's more of a like a mini series because it's the specials rather than it's
tell you what,
an actual
for
series
that, though.
of
If
Doctor
they
Who.
did like a Paul McGann spin-off, maybe like a 4-part series, mini-series.
Yeah.
That'll be quite good.
I love Paul McGann. Do you think Doctor Who could benefit from the multi-part partner? Oh my god, I've lost it already. From the multi-parters from Classic Nowadays. I don't know because Classic Who was a lot more
dragged out.
Yeah. And that was purely because it fits kind of the time that they were released. Like it was like people would actually sit down in front of the telly and watch TV.
Yeah.
Whereas now we're all streaming services. We do other stuff. The actual watching of live TV has declined. So I think having a multi-parter story in like Classic Who, I personally don't think would work because there's just people just wouldn't click with it. I think. I think it's fine to do like you have a 3-parter story or something like that. Provided that
it depends how long the episodes will be either, because if you want to do like 25 minutes or 45 minutes,
you're
gonna have to sort out where you're gonna break the story up.
Yeah, I think the whole point of why we don't do Classic, like we do it in Classic, because they were 20 minutes.
Reckon the TARDIS of the KP area. Yes, it should do, Joe. It should do. Get back to work.
Yeah, so the I think because we now do 45 to 50-minute episodes, it already takes out 2 classic Who episodes. It's like 2 classic episodes into one already now. So it's like, do we need to do more? I should elaborate. What if they stretch it to how long they need? Again, TV formatting. I think you could get away with it if it was all done on a streaming service, because I mean, look at like things like Stranger Things. Like they've got like an episode that's like bloody 3 hours long.
I think the perfect length for a series will be 8 episodes, maybe 9. Actually, you could have a 9-episode series and then 1 special, so that'll make it 10. Well, anything over, I think 10, like how they used to do, I just think it's too much.
Yeah.
For the production-wise.
Production-wise, and also money-wise as well. Like, it's just...
Yeah.
Maybe that's also why they've done less episodes, is because they can now use more money on 1 episode. Because before, I think... I mean, I don't know how all the logistics work of it. I don't know, say, like... Because I know, obviously, in the earlier days, like 2005 to 2010, it was all... They would have to do an episode that required, like, very little VFX. To compensate for episodes that need loads of it. So I wonder whether if they were like, oh, instead of doing 12 episodes, we're actually going to do 9 episodes, and whether they would still get the same money, or whether they'd be commissioned less because it's less episodes that they're producing for the BBC. So I don't know the logistics, but I do wonder if it's anything on the lines of that.
Possibly, yeah.
But yeah. But how... I guess we can start kind of talking into, like, how we would do it. Had we been...
Or how we'd pitch a new series.
How we'd pitch it all, how we'd run it all, how would it work, I suppose.
Yeah. Do you want to get that clip up of RTD, you know, talking about the science fiction thing?
And it being nonsense.
Yes. Because I've got a bit of a rant I want to go on here.
And I will let you rant. Right, here we go.
That's been a real... to an extent, it's like, let's stop pretending there's any hard science fiction in this show. It is, look at this magical box. It's just nonsense. It's like, we will do... I mean, ironically, yours, about standing on a landmine, is very, very hard sci-fi.
Yeah.
So you can do those, but you can also do stories that are just wild and mad. And
yes.
That's nice territory to be in. I've enjoyed that.
Yes.
Right, I think
actually, one of my ingredients...
Okay.
I love how he just goes, yes, as if he's just like, yes.
Well, he's just contradicting himself, because he said, "Oh, let's stop pretending there's any hard science fiction." Oh, but yours is. So it's like, well,
no, Moffat's
first
just
of all,
like, no, Doctor Who's science, like hard science fiction. What
I know,
are you talking about? But he's on camera, so he has to be like, yes.
Yeah.
But anyway,
it's the complete wrong mindset to have if you're doing a science fiction show. And it's not even correct either, because Sidney Newman, when he first came up with the concept for Doctor Who, he was intent on because he wanted it to be educational. So he basically said, right, I want to have it so it's basics. It contains basic factual information, so it's educational, but it's also kind of mind opening as well. And all the stories that he wanted were basically based on science fiction and scientific and historical facts that they knew at the time. So yeah, it's just crazy how now it's just flipped on its head, and it's like, oh, it's not sci-fi. Then they poo-poo it. It's like, well, embrace it. It's a blooming science fiction show from the beginning. It really gets on my wit, though, you know.
Ooh, Will, your opinion on the new TARDIS? We actually had this discussion yesterday about...
Oh, we did, didn't we?
About how we felt about the TARDIS, and then it was all just kind of like, it's all just, we have money.
Yeah, it's too big.
Yeah.
It's too big. I know that they want to do it for the Disney budget, and I understand that, but
There's
think-
so many bloody rails. It's like
Too many rails. There's too many rails.
It's too
Yeah.
many rails. Too many rails.
Although I do like the LED stuff. I think that's
LED,
really good. 'cause you
I
can
think
change
is
the
nice.
colour.
The issue is though,
Yeah.
you look at series like in the specials with David Tennant and Catherine Tate, it looks great.
Yeah.
But then you go to Church on Ruby Road, where she first goes into the TARDIS, and you look at the color grade inside the TARDIS, and it looks so washed out, incredibly washed out. I preferred Matt Smith's first TARDIS, very visual. Yeah, I think that and 2005, like the Coral TARDIS,
Yeah.
is probably one of the best because it had that homely vibe, like it was cozy. It felt
Lived
like
in.
it's lived in, but it also felt like we're in the TARDIS now. We're safe. It's the safe haven. But it was also alien. It still felt weird to look at, but it was also like, oh, this is kind of like it made sense. You looked at it and you go, yeah, that could function. That works. Sure, whatever. You look at this now, it's just like, oh, we're on some big sci-fi spaceship. Like, I don't feel anything to it, and it's too empty. Like, it looks big and it's filled, but it's like filling it with ramps to these like empty doors that all look the same and all this. It's just a bit naff, innit? It's just there's nothing. And then they whack in a jukebox to go, we've decorated the TARDIS. No, you've made it look more barren because you've just shown that you can't decorate the TARDIS anymore because you put one jukebox in there, which draws your attention to the fact that it's empty even more.
I think if they wanted to do a big budget TARDIS, they should have gone with, you know, the Paul McGann sort of style.
Yeah.
Make it more Time Lord looking.
But yeah.
But yeah, going back to it being bigger on the inside, being nonsense. He clearly hasn't seen Robot to Death.
No.
Where Tom Baker's explaining what it is. Do you want to get a clip up?
Oh, it's already ready. It's already
Got the clip.
It's already good to go.
I think you might want to skip forward a little bit, maybe.
Can I
Oh, I didn't realise that's Patrick asking about.
It will not affect
Assuming
this.
about Doctor Who, yeah. I am.
Affect this.
Thank you, Rob.
It's a yo-yo. It's a game. I thought you were enjoying it.
Enjoying it? You said I had to keep it going up and down. I thought it was part of the magic.
Magic, Rita. Magic.
I know. There's no such thing as magic.
Exactly. To the rational mind, nothing is inexplicable, only unexplained.
So, explain to me how this TARDIS is larger on the inside than the out.
All right, I'll show you. It's because
Right, listen to this.
insides and outsides are not in the same dimension. Which box is larger?
That one.
Now, which is larger?
That one.
But it looks smaller.
Well, that's because it's further away.
Exactly. If you could keep that exactly that distance away and have it here, the large one would fit inside the small one.
That's silly.
That's trans-dimensional engineering, a key Time Lord discovery.
There you go. He's just literally explained it to you. Even though it's a fictional technology, that's what makes it believable.
Yeah.
Because the science fiction genre makes sense of things like that. They try and find ways to make it more feasible. So then the audience then believes, all right, okay, maybe that is possible, even though it's highly advanced technology.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just little things like that that make it authentic, which, if you intertwine a bit of real science into fiction, that's science fiction.
Yeah.
You know. So what having all, it's a bit of nonsense. Oh, it's like, well, no, you're just saying that because you can't be bothered doing a bit of research. That's it.
Yeah, and that's the problem because
And that's my issue with it.
Yeah, and then it's gone down all this like god route, and it's like
Yeah.
Doctor Who has tackled gods before. Don't get me wrong, but it's done in a way that they try to defy gods with the use of science. Like,
Yeah.
oh, well, this
Yeah.
doesn't work. Like Satan's Pit, for example. Oh, it's meant to be the devil, but the Doctor words it as, oh, these are things that control the gravity well, or whatever it's called. So it's just, yeah, it just seems like you look at all of the finale with Sutek in series 1, and there is nothing sci-fi about it other than the fact that he's caused death throughout time. So that's the only sciencey thing, because it's time travel, like it's death, but different points in time. But that's it. And blatantly lying, like trying to gaslight your audience into going, she was pointing at a sign. No, she wasn't.
Yeah.
No, she wasn't. So I don't know. It just seems, like they just haven't really thought it through, or they've changed it halfway through, or they haven't. I mean, it kind of goes back to something James said back in our last live stream, where it's always good to have your season arc pre-planned, because if you start changing it halfway through or things like that, then it's like it just comes out of nowhere. And that is exactly what happened with season 1, because it was like, oh, the gods, you had the god arc, but the whole Ruby arc was just not thought of really, and just made no sense. And I still think everyone was obviously were trying to like theorize that Ruby was the child of the trickster or something like that, like it was the perfect trap for the Doctor. If you did that, I would have been happy, because that makes so much more sense. Of course, the trickster would use someone as a literal trap for the Doctor, because what can he not keep away from? Humans. And what does he do with humans? He kidnaps them pretty much and takes them for a joyride in the TARDIS. So it's like, that makes so much more sense if you did it that way. And I mean, it still could happen, because people were like, okay, well, we didn't get the answer that we wanted. So what if Ruby's dad, who we haven't met yet, is actually the trickster? And it's like, okay, but that's just, I think, wishful thinking now. Or
because I had a similar thing with the Timeless Child.
Yeah.
Because if it had been the Master, it would have been fine.
Yeah.
Because it's like the hatred for the Time Lords. That would have made sense if he'd found out he had been taken advantage of.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he's gone loopy and a bit insane, you know. That's a great explanation, but having a Doctor, it's like it doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
You're only doing it because it's like, oh, I'm special, which then defeats the whole character development.
Yeah, the whole
it's
point
been
was
built
that the
upon for the 60 years.
Wasn't special, and he left the Time Lords because he didn't like. It was either like he didn't agree with them, or it was like he didn't want any part with them, or things like that. Like he was curious, and they weren't. So he was already like an outsider, because he wanted to explore the universe and get involved. And yeah.
But it all comes down to, I mean, as well, the question of canon. There needs to be an answer as whether it does the show have a canon or does it not. Because I think Paul Cornell said it doesn't. Chris Chibnall the other day said it does. RTD seems to be skirting around the edges of it.
Yeah.
So someone needs to come in and say, look, does it have a canon or not? Albeit a loose canon. You know? Because it's all about world building.
There needs to be a foundation to follow, obviously, but yeah.
Yeah. It's like life, because everyone has a canon. We're born, we live our lives, then we die.
Yeah.
You can't change that.
Yeah.
You can't go back and change previous events. That's canon, you know.
Yeah, exactly. So,
but with the Timeless Child, you know, it's like a stack of playing cards. If you've built the foundation, so you have William Hartnell, he's a Time Lord, he's built up, like, he's gone through his regeneration, so he's gone to Patrick Troughton, gone to John Pertwee, and up to present day. And then if you change the bottom layer of the playing cards, which is, let's say that's the backstory, what's going to happen to the other layers? They're all going to come tumbling down.
Yeah,
that's like
I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It's weird. It's weird. It really is.
Yeah. But I think that's what's happening at the minute. They've made a fundamental change to the mythology of the show, but then it's not being taken seriously now. That's it.
We do
That's what I think.
Another clip, which
go on.
is Russell talking about he doesn't know what the plan is for the show.
Okay.
So it could go that way, it could go that way, it could go up to the chippy down the road. Who knows? But
how far ahead are you?
We're not. It's like, as is really commonly known, there's no decision until after series 3. It's funny because even people who work on the show thinks that means we're having secret meetings about it. People I work with every day go, yeah, what's really happening? And I'm going, nothing. No meetings, nothing. That's when the decision is. And the decision wouldn't be made by the people we work with at Disney Plus. It'd be made by someone in a big office somewhere. So literally nothing happening, no decision. We're ready with just different plans. Could go this way, could go that way, could go that way. That's our job, to be ready. We're ready anyway. But we'll find out. Yeah. Dying to find out. I hope he comes back.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's common practice if you're a writer. I mean, you do have to adapt to the executives, because they could turn around and say, "Oh, could you change this?" And we have budget restrictions.
Yeah.
So you might have to come up with something a bit cheaper on the fly. That's just being a writer,
Yeah.
So I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, really, but. I just think it's his thinking around science fiction. That's what I think where it's gone wrong.
And that's something that we need to change. But I mean, also just other things like politics. Like, he used to be really, really good at putting embedded messages. If you bring your Doctor Who series back, are you going to keep using the 9 and 10 Doctors TARDIS interior?
Who knows? Let's hope I get it on TV.
It could go this way, it could go that way, it could go that way, it could do it this way.
Who knows?
Who knows? Down to the local, kebab shop, and back around the roundabout, and back at home. We don't know. But no.
Kebab shop,
yeah. So the TARDIS is the kebab shop. Yeah, but politics, I mean, like, it's just other things. Like, it's so different. And I get things change, and I have no issue with that. Things have to change. Yeah. And we have different things to talk about, and we have different things to address now, and things like that. And that's not the problem. I don't have a problem with
I've got no problem with politics, right?
No.
I just want to set the record straight. I've got no problem with it. But people, right, the world is miserable enough as it is, right? People want escapism. They want to be entertained. That is like the fundamental of writing a story.
And what
they don't want to be reminded of what's going on in the world.
And what he's done now, and this is what I'm saying, he used to be so good at addressing the politics in the earlier seasons. Because it wasn't on the nose. It was like, if you really paid attention, you would have got it. But if you're watching it and you're just mindlessly watching it, and those people who want to escape don't think about it, they go, oh, okay, cool. And then obviously when you look deeper into it, you go, oh, okay. But now, I mean, it's kind of bringing us back to episode 1 of season 2 that we just watched. Like, Planet of the Incels. Like,
yeah,
it is like, there's no other ways can it be any more on the nose? Like, it's the whole point of TV and media is to escape these things, and especially a show like Doctor Who, you are literally escaping planet Earth. Like, you are leaving everything behind to fantasize about brand new horizons and skies and new.
Have you seen the Orville, Josh?
Have I seen the what?
The Orville.
I don't think so.
Seth MacFarlane. It's a Star Trek parody, but they handled the political messages really well. Like, they embed it into the stories using alien species. It's really good, really good. Highly recommend.
Okay.
But I just think nowadays they're prioritizing politics over the story, but it needs to be the other way around.
Yeah, so it needs to be story, and then if you go, "Ooh, I can embed this,"
it needs to be an afterthought, and it needs to
Yeah.
be subtle. That's
Yeah.
it. That's the key.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's in fairness, I'm not really a political kind of person anyway, so I mean, it's kind of very rarely put into things like Capey.
Yeah.
But I can't remember whether I have done one. But even if I do, it's like, oh, if you look at it closely, this species is actually just this party and whatever in government. I don't know. Boris Johnson here. So I don't know. Yeah, but
Have you been to Peppa Pig World?
you need to stay at home, lock your doors, and don't go out and have party like me. Okay. And keep the wine at home. Thank you.
You must stay at home.
You must wash your hands, and I'm afraid we are going into another lockdown. Thank you. But yeah, it's just.
Well, that's one of the reasons why during lockdown. Speaking of it, I'm going off on a bit of a tangent now, but one of the reasons that kept me sane during lockdown, just writing stuff. Because I got my episode 3 of Jim and Doctor Who out, like I think in 4 months, 5 months.
Yeah.
Well, that was just literally getting up every day and just writing stuff, and getting it done, getting it filmed, getting it edited and published. Yeah. But while all the other people were criticising The Timeless Child, I thought, well, there's no point complaining about it. You might as well just write your own stuff.
Yeah.
And make something creative out of that. That's more productive than just going, I don't like this.
No, exactly.
You know.
I just think if we've spoken about ways to deal with it if we ever did write for Doctor Who, but I just think the easiest way around it is the Masters to go, I lied, it's actually me, and it's that's it, done. You're like, oh, okay, cool. Like, yeah, and it's just
someone asks, what's your favourite series of Doctor Who? Mine is series 4.
I'd probably say that as well. It's like the easy series to watch, I think.
Yeah.
So you can whack on any episode and be like, okay, cool. Like,
but there were things in the new episode that I noticed going around the hospital where it's like they keep missing each other. But that was like the Adipose episode. Yeah.
I also quite like series 3, but more the later episodes of series 3. So kind of after.
Oh, Human Nature was great.
Yeah,
I love that one.
Kind of starting from Human Nature.
Really good.
Is like
Yeah.
I think actually series 3 is probably one of like the stronger what's it called? Kind of endings to a series, because apart from Space Jesus. But having the, like, obviously you got Family of Blood, the 2-parter, then you get Blink, then straight after that you go into Utopia, then you get obviously The Master, and then you get like that big 3-parter. Like, it's just, I think it's such a strong end to one of the series, really.
Yeah.
In my head, kind of the time.
But all like Human Nature. What was the other one? Oh, Dalek, Robert Shearman. That was originally a Wilderness Years audio drama called Jubilee.
Yeah.
So, but I don't know why RTD just didn't continue to get people in who'd written during the Wilderness Years.
Don't know.
Or get new people in. Collaborate with Big Finish. They seem to know what they're doing.
I also agree with that previous comment that popped up about the Master being Timeless Child. I think that would have been such a much more creative, but more like obvious way to word it and put it in the show. And it's like, of course he's angry because he's the read, like he I feel like he'd be like conflicted, because he'd be like, aha, I'm the reason you're here. That means you're a little bit like me, and he'd thrive off that he's not crazy and that he's not that evil, because everyone's evil because of him. But then also he'd be disgusted at the fact that he birthed someone like the Doctor. So
There was a great article. I'll send you the link to it. It was on that Doctor Who TV website.
Mm.
And it was talking about why Doctor Who's kind of no longer the show that the guy written it fell in love with. Yeah, I'll show you. It's a really good article, but he sets out like 5 kind of rules that the show needs to follow.
Mm. Are we putting this on stream?
You can do, yeah. But it supports what I'm trying to say, really.
Yeah.
Because although some could say, well, Doctor Who's been retconned, it doesn't have a canon. But these 5 rules should be kind of like what the loose canon is. And then if you change these 5 rules, it's not Doctor Who anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, heads up, we've detected video in your stream belonging to someone else.
Hey?
My stream's popping up saying that it's detected that we've been watching other YouTube videos.
Oh, okay.
So it's like, your stream may be blocked. Like, to certain...
Oh, well.
like,
Whatever.
Whatever. It's news. Depending on whether they should make it so the Doctor finds out they're in a TV show. No. No.
Yeah,
No.
it's what I was saying before. What it is, right? If you keep breaking the fourth wall, you're not making the show like believable for an audience.
Hmm.
Because if you've got a science fiction show, you need to make people believe that it's real to some extent.
Yeah.
You know, you want people to escape into that world. You know. But if you're just like talking to the screen all the time, you're gonna be like, oh, I'm watching the show, yeah. You're gonna keep being reminded of it, so.
Right. So, when Doctor
Okay.
Who was immediately heard, blah blah blah. Yeah, ironically and cruel twist of fate, these aspects are the very thing that have ruined the show for me. So, rule 1: the Doctor was a Time Lord from another planet.
Imagine iPad kids getting scared of Mrs. Flood. Yeah, you've got a point there, Anders. Yeah. Yeah.
The Doctor didn't want to spend his whole life on one planet, so he saw a TARDIS and ran off to explore the universe. Rule 3: Time Lords could live for hundreds or thousands of years and could regenerate up to 12 times. Rule 4: on rare occasions, time travel allowed him to meet his past and future selves, but such events need to be avoided to protect the fabric of time and space. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Although the show could dabble in other genres, it was ultimately a science fiction show. Aside from the basic rules, anything can happen. Limited potential by generation. Well, I think we've kind of brushed upon this before.
Well, it says, unfortunately, some writers have taken advantage of these relaxed rules and can do whatever they want. So the 1996 TV movie, they said he was actually half Time Lord, half human. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But that wasn't. I don't think that was addressed again. I think
No, 'cause they
RTD kind of
retconned
fixed
it,
that.
yeah.
Yeah. And then the main one that's just come up recently is this Harmless Child. But RTD trying to cement that into the canon, that's what the problem is.
Yeah.
If he just kind of ignored it again, fair enough. But no, he's not. He's going with it.
This is the problem.
Yeah, the shift to fantasy as well.
Yeah, Davis doubled down on establishing who the fuck's only destroyed half the universe.
Yeah. Did you see that Chris Chibnall interview on that podcast recently?
Yeah, the one where the guy was talking about the Master, right?
Yeah, and he was laughing about, oh, I've disrupted enough of the canon.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they know they're doing it, but
yeah, it's no longer a science fiction show. Rule 4 has been broken. The two Doctors can now interact with each other at any time without issue. It's changed too many.
I'll put a link to that in the chat actually, because it's really interesting. I highly recommend you read it because it's I did it for my dissertation as well. Oh, hang on. Why is that not? Is that link not working?
I'm personally tired of the companion constantly being a 21st century Earth girl. I really want to have the companion from different.
Hold on a sec.
Of the past. But funnily enough, didn't we talk about that?
What was that?
About so Nova said, I'm personally tired of the companion constantly being a 21st century Earth girl. I really want to have a companion from a different time, the future, or the past, or different species altogether. So, didn't we talk about how we would do like someone was from like the nearby future?
So yeah, the main thing I wanted to do, if I was going to bring it back, right, I'd try and break the cycle a little bit of having modern day companions.
Hmm.
But I'd try and maybe set it sometime in the not too far into the future, but kind of near future, because you don't want to risk alienating viewers if you're going to try and reboot the show again. You want it to be somewhat relatable. So I'd say maybe like 2045 or something like that.
Yeah. I'd also love to write like a companion who's from the past, like Elizabethan kind of time or Victorian.
Yeah.
So and it'd be quite funny because
Leela
like,
was an alien. So.
Well, yeah. But I think it'd be quite funny because you would take them aboard the TARDIS, and they'd be like, "Whoa, how is this possible?" Like they'd be so much more baffled by science. Yeah, witchcraft.
Yeah.
But even then, you could then obviously, because we now obviously address so much more of things from our time, like sexuality, LGBTQIA plus communities and things like that. Like I think it would be so interesting to have them be like, when they see like they see like a gay couple or something like that, they'd be like,
yeah.
You,
you,
and then they were like, no. This is normal. This is normal.
Yeah.
I think that could be quite fun.
You can have a good thing at the end there, because when they want to leave, it'd be like, well, hang on, they know all this knowledge now about science. We can't just put them back in their own time. We have to maybe mind wipe or something, because then you'd have that dilemma. Be a bit like Donna, but
or
it could be interesting.
Or it's just a case that she doesn't fit anymore. And then, like, maybe the doctor's like, you know what, fine, but don't let anyone know that I did this, and drops them off more in modern era.
Yeah.
And I think that could be interesting as well. But like, just you could address so much more with. I think it'd be such a nicer way to do the whole. We need to address, like things from today's society. With the use of someone who has never seen these things from today's society. So it's not necessarily this whole like we're force feeding it down your throat. It's more they literally do not understand because they are from a time period where this isn't normal and in fact could land you in prison or killed. Like or like even things like, I don't know, they come from a time where women were maids and things like that, and they see this woman who's a doctor or who's a space pilot or stuff like that, and they're like, women can have jobs, and it's just things like that. Like I think that would be such a cool thing to explore. So I'd love to write something like that.
It's embedding that into story. That's how you get the political messages across. As long as you prioritize and have a good story.
But it just helps also show how far we've come as well.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. What year was Victorian? Wasn't it like 19...
She died in 1901, I think, wasn't it?
Okay, so 19... What's after that? Is it Elizabethan? Or was that before?
I should know this.
I should know this.
Yeah, she died in 1901, started in 1837.
So what's after
that? Was the Victorian era. Edwardian era.
Edwardian. Yeah, okay, so Edwardian era then.
That only lasted for 9 years.
Thank you.
But this is a bit of history as well.
Yeah, exactly.
This is what I'm talking about. So if you have a bit of history...
You literally are now going to get a constant drip feed of historical information because they are from this Edwardian period. So they're like, oh, well, my mother did this when I was a child. And it's like, oh, I didn't know that they do that. I didn't know that they did this. And then you have the contrast between then and now / far in the future. And you see, it doesn't even need to be explained to you. You can see it in front of you. You don't need the whole.
Yeah.
For those viewers who do not understand what is going on right now, like it is in your eyes. You cannot deny it, and that's why I think I would love to write a companion from the past. I think that would be such an interesting concept.
They were going to do that with Clara, weren't they? In
They were,
Matt
and then
Smith's
they
thing.
then
And
they scrapped it.
Yeah.
I think
But
Moffat thought
if you can make an
was
audience,
issue.
yeah, if you can make an audience take away a bit of information and go, "Oh, that's quite interesting. I might do a bit of research on
exactly.
that." That's what you want. You know, that's what makes it good.
As well, with like the Egypt episode I have coming up, like
Oh yeah.
it was never intended to be about the Romans. And me doing research, I was like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if, I don't want to obviously give too much away, but like, wouldn't it be cool if like the Weeping Angels were in Egypt, and like what year did like certain things happen in Egypt? And you're like, okay, so what if the Weeping Angels are behind all of that? Blah 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 blah. And then it was like, well, during the Roman Empire rule of Egypt, I went, huh? The Romans took over Egypt? Like, I didn't know that. And then
did you not know that?
I didn't know that at the time.
All
so
right.
I was like, oh, okay. And maybe that was really obvious that happened, but like, I don't think. I mean, to be honest with you, it's funny now because I hated history in school, so I
loved it.
Yeah, I hated it, so I just never paid.
I remember
attention.
building I had to build a Mott and Bailey castle. I think I did like a model.
Mine would just build
I've got
volcanoes.
a picture of it somewhere.
Mine
I did
was
them as
boring.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not as a science project. Apparently, it's a historical project, but you know. But like, I didn't know that, and then even that. So then I delve into the idea. So it doesn't even have to be like you have to think, I want a historical episode, and you have to think about all this stuff. I come up with an idea and then tie that to history. All you have to do is have the good story idea first, then you go into the specifics of how it works, the ethics, the history, everything like that. That's how you then do it, because like I said, the episode was just going to be the Cape arrives in Egypt with Connor, then notices that the Weeping Angels are doing something and done this, and that would have been like an okay episode, but it would have been boring. And then you go, oh, okay, so this happened. The Romans took over in 62 AD and like stuff like that, and like Emperor Nero was in charge, and it's shortly before obviously Rome burnt and everything like that. So then you have like things like that, and like there's a speech the Cape makes later on about Emperor Nero, and it's like even things that are to come in his future, like haven't even happened yet. And that's even more of the thing to go, wait, he was behind that? He did that? He did, because you'll know of the Great Fire of Rome and stuff like that.
That's one of the reasons why I did Diaglot. Because I noticed on the Steam Workshop, there were a lot of, World War II models and things like that.
Yeah.
So I did a bit of research, and I found out about that Diaglot conspiracy theory about how the Nazis had this like super weapon.
Yeah.
But I thought that would make a really interesting science fiction story, because maybe they've got like this super advanced technology that the Doctor has to try and stop them from using to destroy the world, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But I did loads of research for that, because it was like, I think there were some details where people had gone missing, and it was like, oh, what could I do there? How could I make that happen? But all like Sporenberg and Hans Kamler, they were proper officers, so
yeah,
it fit just nicely into a bit of history, and mixed it with a bit of science fiction. But it doesn't have to be that. It could be anything. You could set something. It's like what you said in Egypt, or have it in like the Wild West or something like that. Or
Vanders has made a good point as well with the companion, about how you could have one human as the surrogate, and then you have another companion not from modern day Earth, or maybe even another planet, and then you could use that as your way to like create a bond between the person who isn't from our current time period.
Yeah, it's just how you'd introduce them though, because you'd have to be careful, because you know how in the Chibnall area you had Brian, Graham.
No, You could do it as like a halfway point, or you could do it like kind of a bit like classic, where like people just kind of hop on, hop off halfway through.
Yeah, you got to
could do it like
introduce
that.
them one at a time.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then you can have the whole thing, have a whole series with them two together. Say the human leaves, or the one who's from our time period, and then you've already built a connection with this other person, so it's not out of
Yeah.
the question to go, oh, that doesn't work. I don't feel any, because you've learnt to like them, so it's like, oh, I
Yeah,
vote for them
yeah.
now anyway. So yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
And then they also that they don't trust Russell to make a companion like that and not make it up too on the nose, which is okay,
I
fair
think
enough.
he's just past his peak now.
I think he has.
To be honest.
I think he has. I think he's
I
just
think
trying to get
he's-
every idea he has possible out.
He's only come back because no one else wanted to take over from Chris Chibnall.
Hmm.
Which I don't know why. Again, I don't know why they just didn't reach out to Big Finish and say, "Look, have you got any writers who want to take over?"
Yeah.
I mean, it could be to do with maybe the executive sort of area, because I mean, it would make sense, but
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I say we just
So-
we storm BBC and go, oi, we're your new showrunners, alright?
well, I'm
We're-
a bit confused because I'm wondering whether they've seen my series, because that time, what was the second one? Was it Wild Blue Yonder?
Yeah.
That was very similar to my episode 6. Very similar.
Very similar.
If you want to watch the
100%.
highlights, by the way, it's for the anniversary stream. I mentioned it there, but yeah, it's very, very similar. So I don't know whether they've got people out there, like, because I know they know Farries. So they did that Farries rant recently, didn't they?
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe they've stumbled across mine. I don't know.
Who knows?
Could have
Which
stumbled
is-
across yours. Who knows? Yeah.
Unlikely, but who knows?
I mean, I've mentioned you. You've played the master in mine, so they could have found your channel as well.
Maybe it's easy to steal ideas from because it's lesser known, so nobody goes,
Yeah.
No, but I do find it funny because I remember I panicked when they had just released that Shooty Gatwa and Millie Gibson were going to be together, and obviously they did that like companion interview.
Oh yeah, I thought I know what you were gonna say.
and then he was like, I'd love to go to Egypt. Now I think that'd be really fun to do. And then it was like, what foe would you like to fight as the Doctor? And then he was like, ooh, the Weeping Angels. And I went, no.
Stay away.
Stay away. So, what do you know? Have you hacked onto my computer? Have you seen the script? So I was like, oh, I need to get this episode out now. And then they just never did it. I was like, oh, thank God.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Do you want to kind of move on then and just talk about like what we could do to fix things?
Yeah.
I mean, does anyone want to come on and have a chat, or what do we want to do? Is anyone still here, or are we just bored everyone away?
We're just like, everyone's just like, oh God, these.
I mean, if
people,
someone wants to
they
come
just
on and
drag.
have a chat about ideas, and well, yeah, feel free.
100%.
But I think the main thing at the minute, right? We need to get the genre back to science fiction.
Yeah, that is the first thing.
Have that as the core. Have that as the core genre. Yeah, core genre. And I was going to say maybe have an emphasis on going back to Sidney Newman's original concept. Not make it too educational, but have a bit of an emphasis on stories that intertwine with like scientific and historical facts.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's.
It doesn't look too bad. Banders.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. But
Yeah.
I think we need to bring back that mix of
Yeah, I was explaining before, Vanders. Look, have a look up Dimension 404 Sinithrax. It's very similar, I think. It's about this guy. He goes to a cinema experience where it's like these new 3D glasses, but he doesn't have the right ones, so everyone else is oblivious to what he can see, and like these tentacle things start coming out the screen, like sucking the souls out of people. It's really, really, really creepy. But it just reminded me a little bit of it, with like 15 people have gone missing.
I agree
That
with
sort
you,
of vibe.
Nova, that I feel like the exterior needs to be changed. I personally never liked the St. John ambulance badge. That's my personal thing. And you notice, if you ever watch Capey, which you should watch it. There, I keep away from that because I'm like,
Watch series 1, guys. Watch
no,
series 1 of Capey.
don't watch series 1. Watch series 3, maybe
You have
series
to make
2.
them unlisted.
Maybe watch series 2 if you feel brave enough, but series 1 you will want to tear your hair out. But I feel like if you notice on the interior, for the TARDIS doors, they look a lot more like the 2005 look. And I kind of want no, it's not Dr. Sea Devil, it's really not. What was I saying? Yeah. And I feel like maybe the door should maybe replicate that on the outside and then the box with that. But then again, you kind of fall into this no, don't, Vanders, don't watch oh no. What have you done, Will? What have you done? Everyone's gonna
Unless you mean season 1 of Dimension 404, I don't know. It's like a knockoff of Twilight Zone, but it's really good. They've got some good stories there.
No, because they're gonna hear the TARDIS. Oh.
With your non-puberty voice.
With my non-pubic pubic. Anyway, was like but I feel like it would look a bit like what's it called? The 2005 TARDIS. So I don't know, but I feel like I've never really liked the exterior for Jodie's TARDIS, and the fact that they kept it, I wasn't a fan that they kept the exterior. I kind of wanted that to change, but then I feel like because it's been on screen for so long, it's kind of grown on me.
Were they trying to make it look like the Eye of Harmony from was it Deadly Assassin? Because that was like a big crystal thing, wasn't it? Were they trying to make it like that? Yeah.
The interior never bothered me, to be honest. I think it did look a bit weird, but like it did look alien. Don't get me wrong, it looked alien.
A bit plastic though. That's the only thing.
Yeah, but at least it looked like it would be a TARDIS the Doctor would have. So, yeah, but maybe that's the influence. But I was upset that they never touched a custard cream maker ever again.
Yeah, why introduce it if you're not going to make use of it? It just seems a bit of a.
She just never eats them again. she doesn't. She just has one and goes, "Ooh, TARDIS, you made a bad decision there." Ugh.
You'd think someone would write a story including it.
Yeah,
I do like the exterior though, apart from the lamp.
Yeah, the lamp bothers me.
The lamp looks a bit. It looks like one of those, Dalek lights from Peter Cushing films.
Yeah, I just think the TARDIS exterior now just looks a bit too bulky. I think I agree. It's that it looks a lot nicer, where it's much cleaner and polished. Though not too clean that it looks plastic. I think it needs some like roughness to it where it's been like scratched, which is what I quite liked about obviously the 9 and 10 exterior. And then I always thought that I didn't hate Matt Smith's exterior, but it was like obviously the windows were mainly black or just lit up, and I was like, It was I kind of felt like it was just such a bold blue, and it was so much bigger, like compared to the 9 and 10 TARDIS. Then you have 12. I actually don't mind 12s, and then obviously you get 13. So it's kind of like.
Yeah, I like the current phone style with the black background and white text. Isn't that what they did for the 1983 TARDIS? Something like that. Was that blue?
It was blue on the background.
Blue.
But it was. I'm pretty sure they also did the black on the back for the earlier TARDISes as well, like the black and white episodes.
Yeah.
Because obviously it was easier to read.
But yeah, I think it's just the interior just needs to be a bit. I think I'd say from what we already have now, I'd say it just needs to be a bit smaller and a bit more looking like it's been lived in.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit more organic, because I do like the thing that it's been grown.
Yeah, I think, and that's what I was saying. I don't like that the new one is all this big machine. Like, I've always said that the TARDIS, even in writing Doctor Who now and things like that, like it's a living being. The TARDIS is a character.
That's why I really
like
like the War Doctor's TARDIS, because it was like a combination of the two.
Yeah, and I was like, I just think, I was saying this earlier, Vanders, is that the jukebox is so
Or the
outdated.
jukebox.
Well, yeah, because it's so empty, you can't decorate the TARDIS, and then they whack in a jukebox, and now it draws your eye to the jukebox, and you realise, oh shit, it looks even more empty. It looks worse because you put in the jukebox.
Have they got any chairs dotted around?
I don't actually know. I think they might, but
I don't think they do. You know,
ooh, am I going to pull up a photo?
are there any chairs in the TARDIS?
Doctor Who 2025 TARDIS interior.
Just ramps.
Oh, is it just?
What if you need to rest your feet? You just sit on the console.
Oh my god, it is. It is. There are no chairs.
No chairs. It's like how they had in Capaldi. At least they had some chairs dotted around.
Well, this is what I like Capaldi's. Is that like, yeah, okay, it was a metallic looking TARDIS.
I wasn't a big fan of the big rotating thing at the top, but I did like everything else. The aesthetic of it all.
Yeah, once it kind of went to the orange light, it was much more moody and more like nicer to look at.
Yeah.
Top
bit just made it look like a helicopter. That's what I thought.
Fair enough. But I like that he was able to decorate it and put random crap around and bookshelves and stuff. There used to be here and there in New Classics, first and second and 10th to 12th, as I remember. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I just think that's.
Did you want to mention about the Doctor crying all the time?
I mean, you feel more strongly about it.
What's everyone's opinions about the Doctor crying all the time?
I personally think it's a bit much. I'd have no issue with what do you think of the console design? I like the console design of the new TARDIS. Sorry, I'll quickly finish this off. I like the console on the new TARDIS. I think it's much more robustic and it's more like you look at it and you go, "Oh, that's cool. You can press all these switches and all these dials and things like that." So I like that. And so same with the time rotor, but everything else just kind of takes away from it. Anyway, the Doctor crying. I don't hate the idea that he can be more emotional, but it is like every episode. And it's like, you need to tone it down. Like, the Doctor's been around. Like, this guy is, what, over 2,000 years old? I don't know how old he is.
It's 2 billion, isn't it?
Is he 2 billion?
It was after that Peter Capaldi episode where he's stuck in the confession dial.
Oh, did
I think he ended up being 2 billion. I don't know. I
don't know whether it got rewritten after he got out. I don't know.
I'll do a bit of research on that then.
But it's like, I just think the crying, you're allowed to do it, and I think it works sparingly. Because you see David Tennant do it, and he's like about to cry, or he does cry, and it hurts more because you never see him cry. You never see him upset. Same with Matt Smith, like, you know, he cries happy tears. And you're like, oh my god. He's like, and like, you kind of get a bit choked up from that because, like, again, you don't see him cry. He's so reinforced with everything. He has to lock away some of the emotions so that he can get on what he needs to do. When Smith cried at the mention of Translator hit hard. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, I just think you've been around for so long, and yet all of a sudden now you feel very vulnerable to your emotions, and I just think it's a bit. It's nah, and I think the only episodes I think it works is Dot and Bubble, and maybe the finale where he realizes everything.
Possibly, yeah.
But Dot and Bubble makes sense because he is angry. He is hello, Dragon Spirit.
Mm.
He is angry at the fact that he can't save them, and he obviously understands why, but he doesn't understand why they can't put that aside and let him save them.
Yeah. I think they just need to use it. It's what you said. They need to use it more sparingly because it adds then to the dramatic effect. Because if you're doing it all the time, it's like, oh, he's crying again. But if you use it sparingly, it adds to the drama.
I think his crying at Sasha's death was justified in Robot Rev. Yeah, but also I think from our perspective, no. You know, it's like
We didn't really know who she was.
exactly, and I know it's all like, oh, I've learned to trust this man with my life, and I've only known him for 6 months, and as soon as she said that, you know she's dead. But it's like, you know, or like, drop her home and take me to the stars, and then it's like, right, well, obviously you're
It's as predictable as a red shirt in Star Trek.
yeah. So
like, who's this character? We don't know who they are. They're gonna die, surely.
Yeah. So it's like, yes, it's justified. I get it. Fine. I just think maybe it would have had more of an impact if he tried to hide that emotion and not cry. And I do like the fact that I suppose he does try and hide it because he walks away and doesn't let anyone see him cry. I think actually him maybe doing it that way would have made more sense instead of just crying anyway. Like, I think you could have fixed a lot of the crying in Series 1 had he done it in his own time, hidden away, so that people can't see him do it. And then it shows that he's being strong for them. And I think that adds another layer if you write it that way. But I think still doing it every episode is too much.
Yeah.
I think it was good at showing Belinda how dangerous the Doctor is, but the execution was not good at all. No, yeah, I think I also had that critique as well at the end, didn't I? When she's like, "You're dangerous. Take me home. I'm not one of your mysteries," and then he does it, and the TARDIS doesn't work, and I was like,
"Spoiler alert!" Are we just mentioning the spoilers now?
Look, everyone in this thing has spoken about it. Shush.
Okay.
It's been a week. If
you haven't seen it, turn it off. Turn it off. We're talking about it.
So, I mean, it's everyone knows that she doesn't get back because it's in all the marketing. Get Belinda home.
Well, the whole thing about the thing we were talking about when we saw it, because we keep bouncing off the 24th of May. So, well, can't you just take her to the 25th?
Or 23rd and wait in the TARDIS.
Or 20? Yeah.
Until that moment she gets gone. Like, I don't know.
I would have put a thing in the script to say try the 23rd, try the 25th, and they both don't work either.
Yeah. But no, my little qualm, as you will, I like that word, little qualm, is that she's like, I don't trust you, you know, you're too dangerous, yada 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 yada. She doesn't understand how the TARDIS works yet. Like, she even asks, "Oh, is this how it works? We just bounce about then?" Like, and then he just goes, "There's something stopping us from getting back to your home." If that was me, and I was with this man who I don't trust and who I think is dangerous, and you know, I don't know, I've never watched Doctor Who in my life, yada yada yada, and I was like in his time ship, which I have no idea how it works. Why would I believe him? I'd be like, nah, cut that crap. You're just trying to do this so that you can keep me on board, so that you can explore this mystery, all right? No. Don't pull a fast one on me, mate. Get me out.
Didn't I do that with Millie and mine? Something like... It was something along those lines. She's banging on the doors going, "Let me out now!"
Yeah.
And he's going, I'm trying to. And he's like, "No, you're not."
Yeah. But this is what I'm saying. Like, you wouldn't trust him. Like, if you've literally just stated 2 minutes ago, "I don't trust you, you're dangerous." Like, don't then go, "Oh, I trust you." Yeah. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, because I know how your magnificent timeship works. Yeah. Oh, something stopping us from getting home. How convenient. Oh, it must just be a coincidence. No.
Yeah.
No. Like, obviously, in this case, it is, but like, I would be like, nah, you're pulling a fast one, mate. No, I'm not taking this. No. And then I'd question him.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but yeah, what's your? Yeah, but the long way round was mentioned, so it's fine. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I haven't spoiled anything because everyone has said it's in all the marketing. It's getting her home the long way round. But
what does the long way round mean as a concept?
Like taking the scenic
what?
route.
Okay, but if they can't get back to the 24th of May, surely having the scenic route, they're still going to be locked out. I mean, I know it leads to a series finale, but they're probably going to find out what's going on. But
Well, yeah, but you say that. It's not like that hasn't happened before in Doctor Who. A certain sequence of events have to take place in order to rejoin that timeline.
You're not going to have a series if it's not split into episodes. Yeah.
So, but well, yeah, and that, but also like it happens a lot in Doctor Who where it's like, oh, obviously they don't state it as it's the long way round, but it's like it's out of order. They're not in the right sequence yet. They're not in the right, streamline of events. So I suppose that's what it means, is that obviously they need to go to all these places, they need to do all this stuff, they need to have all these encounters, and then something that leads them to this thing, which then ends them up back at Earth.
Yeah, well, that's what I've just seen Vanda's thing. That's what I'm saying, Vanda's, because either take her a day earlier and just wait in the TARDIS for them to go to, is it Belinda Chandra? And then you're fine then. Or just, I mean, did she say she had a shift or something?
Yeah, the next day, and she wants to be back in time for that. I'm not being funny. If this was me, and I said I have a shift at a hospital, I'd go, no, don't drop me back in time for my shift. Can you drop me back 8 hours earlier so I can get a bit of kip? And then I can leave. That's what I would have said. I don't even sleep. I work at a fucking hospital. I do long shifts,
or if you want to say the 25th, or you could say the 25th of May, which is the following day, and then just say, oh, sorry, I was late. I slept in or had a migraine or something.
Yeah.
I was ill. There's ways around it, but
unless they have already stated, oh, I'm on my last strike at work. Whoops. Like, I'm sure you can pull the sickie, all right? And I'm not being funny. Had I been dropped off on time anyway, I probably would have gone, I ain't going to work after what I've just witnessed. I ain't. Nah. I need to take a week off, mate. I've got COVID. I've broken my ankle, and they'll be like, okay, come into the hospital, then we'll have a look. I have the flu. Okay, keep away.
My seventh grandfather has died. Yeah.
But
yeah, I think if we were going to try and fix it, so it's reverting the genre to science fiction, sticking a bit closer to Sidney Newman's concepts of intertwining stories with a bit of science and history, and then having other genres like fantasy, horror, or dystopian. They're kind of like secondary genres.
I also thought the same as well, Vanders as well.
That sort of thing.
That maybe he can't land the day after because of something's happened on Earth, but still, the day before thing still applies. I think that you can land.
I mean, the Doctor had to wait 6 months, didn't he? So he knows it's possible.
Oh yeah, so he just goes back and he's like, right, we just cannot leave this TARDIS. We are quarantined inside the TARDIS until timelines sync up, and then there's none of that atom shit. Or maybe it's blocked out because they're already there on the 24th.
I forgot about that, about the atoms thing, because they basically explained the same thing that I did in my episode about the conservation of energy law.
That's it.
That's why I had to put Millie into stasis, because she couldn't interact with herself in that same time, because the two atoms, they cancel each other out.
Exactly.
But there's a bit of science. So RTD's proved that he can do a bit of science. So I don't see what the issue is. Why is he choosing to go more the fantasy route?
Fantasy explained as science was good, i.e. vampires.
That's what I mean, though. For, like, having vampires and things, you can. I'm not saying that you can't have fantasy in Doctor Who at all, but it's having science fiction as the core genre.
You're allowed
surrounding that with others.
What we're saying, we're not saying that you can't do fantasy. What we're saying is it shouldn't be your core genre. So
Yeah.
feel free if anyone wanted to do a fantasy episode, do it. There's nothing.
Yeah.
You're allowed to have an episode off from science. Fine.
Yeah.
Like, in fact, that's probably more refreshing. But to have it as you've changed the whole reason
Vibe.
for the vibe of the show, that's where it's the issue. But don't get me wrong, if you want to do an episode where vampires appear or I don't know, fairies are in like a fairyland or something like that, like, fine, maybe they exist. And Doctor Who explains it that way, that planets' science work differently. So like, they call it magic, but it's a different form of science. Like, we've had that explanation before.
Do you know the werewolf episode? Was it Tooth and Claw?
Yeah.
Wasn't that based on like a conspiracy theory that they'd been? Was it like a real conspiracy theory that they'd been bitten by like, or they were werewolves or something? I'm sure they mentioned it at some point.
Yeah.
There's like a theory going. Well, that there's a bit of like science fiction in, but that's mixing in with fantasy.
Founders, is it definitely confirmed that it is a midnight sequel? Because I know that they said that it links back to an episode, but did they actually confirm that it's definitely midnight?
If it is, I really hope they don't show it.
I don't want to see what midnight looks like. Or
I don't want to see it. That would just completely ruin it.
My only guess from what we've seen so far is that they've landed on midnight where it's possibly been destroyed, and that people live under the surface to protect themselves from the what's it called, extonic sunlight, something like that.
Possibly. Yeah.
That's my guess. Well underground. If it is still the same place on midnight, then yeah.
Yeah.
The core genre at the moment is gender politics. That's what we're going to do. I wouldn't say that's the core genre. But
core genre is gender politics. Well, I mean, it. Again, politics doesn't bother me. It's just all about story. It's how well the story is.
I would disagree in the sense that I wouldn't say that it's the core genre. I wouldn't say that's the core. It's definitely spoken about. Don't get me wrong.
I wouldn't say it's the core genre. I just say it's influencing. And it all comes back to prioritizing politics over story. They shouldn't be doing that. It should be the other way around. Having story first, and then thinking of a political message as an afterthought, and making it subtle. People want to be entertained. They don't want to be lectured. That's
yeah.
That's it.
Vanders. It was heavily rumored, and trailers show it sounds a lot like Midnight sequel. And an unreleased Russell said that it was an unexpected sequel, which was before the rumors. Okay, so it's not confirmed, but it's heavily implied. Okay, I mean, if it is, I won't say no to it. I just think don't ruin Midnight, basically. And let's not get a repeat of the Midnight Entity. I don't want the whole like it starts learning from him again.
Yeah.
Because I think
I can sort of see that happening now.
Me too. I'm more interested in what's her name? Rose something, who plays she's deaf in the episode. Obviously she's a deaf actor, but that's the thing I'm looking forward to. Purely because of how
I thought you meant Rose as in
Donna's
daughter.
No, as in the actor. I think her name is Rose. I can't remember whether I'm right or wrong on that.
We have two characters called Rose now. Is RTD hinting that Rose is going to be returning or something?
No, that's just the actor's name. She's not actually called Rose.
Oh, okay. The character name.
No. She's the actor. So, I had it earlier where she was talking. Could we found the clip? We had the clip.
Was it the news round one?
I don't think so. Oh, yes, it is. Rose Ailing. Yeah, Rose Ailing Ellis, I think. I probably butchered the name. But no, I'm looking forward to that because they've worded it as, so the episode was never intended to feature a deaf character. And then in discussions from Russell on, I think it was Doctor Who magazine, he talks about it going, it makes so much more sense that that she is deaf because it's already a tension high episode, where trust is quite a big foundation of the episode. I'm pretty sure I've got my facts right here. I could be slightly off, but and obviously the Doctor, being the Doctor, is able to communicate. And it's like only he knows sign, I think, and obviously herself. But obviously Belinda may not, and the other people with him may not. So it's like this whole thing that they don't know what she's actually saying, or wait, maybe there's like a situation where she's kind of like interpreting for her.
I just like the logo now.
How do we know? But yeah, I don't know. Yes, well, the logo looks so much beautiful when it's in the time vortex. I wonder who did that. I wonder.
I did the logo. You did the effects, didn't you?
Yeah. Polish.
Polish. Right. Yeah. I mean, about the mystery being ambiguous, it's. Yeah. I mean, I would like an origin story, and I did do an origin story in my series, but it's just the wrong origin story. That's what I think.
Yeah.
It'd be good. I mean, it depends, because I quite like to have like a solid origin story, but in my head, I don't want to reveal it. Because I want to keep a bit of that mystery. But in my head, I have a plan of what's happened, and it is in line with what Sidney Newman did say in his concept. Because I think he said something about the Doctor was fleeing from his planet because of an unknown enemy. So that put that like an idea into my head that it was going to be like something to do with the Daleks. But I don't know. I just think that the Timeless Child is the wrong origin story, and I don't think that they should have revealed it really. But now that they have, I would like to do my one, because I think it would fit in a lot better.
Yeah, 100%.
But yeah. But I do think there needs to be a hard reset at some point, because there needs to be like a Bobby from Dallas sort of thing, because it is sort of going downhill now, because they are self-sabotaging themselves by sticking to it.
Yeah.
Because all these like new opportunities, I haven't really seen any of that yet. Because they've sort of been skirting around the idea of it's something to do with like an orphan or something. The themes of being I think it was they were trying to connect Ruby with the Doctor, wasn't it? But
yeah.
Other than that, they haven't really. It hasn't really changed much. I just think it's unnecessary. Like, why? It doesn't make sense.
I don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like it's gonna. I wonder whether it get to a point where, if it continues the way it does, whether we get this whole another 10 years of. Now we finally found out where the Doctor's actually from. And then we go to his people, and then he's like, oh, yada, yada, yada. Yeah. I don't know whether it was confirmed, but I don't think it was confirmed, but I'm pretty sure, wasn't it like heavily rumored that the Doctor isn't from this universe? Like it was from like he fell out of this rift, this thing.
Where would that tie in though?
You know, there's that clip of obviously the Doctor as a kid, and there's that big purple swirly gap in the sky.
Yeah, he's not from the universe.
Yeah, so I wonder whether that's.
Well, is that you mean? So it's not the real Doctor; it's some imposter.
No.
Is that what you're sort of saying?
No, well, yeah, but I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I wonder whether that's like if the show continues this way, if that will be how they'll explain it, that the Doctor isn't from this universe and the whole civilization has been created from someone who wasn't even meant to exist on this universe, which then creates even more issues.
Yeah.
Because now it's like a whole race is built off something that should never have happened.
I just don't think. I don't like the idea that the Doctor's now a god, that he has unlimited regenerations. That because it gets rid of the kind of the scare factor. Because if he's in danger and he gets killed, it's like, well, I can regenerate unlimited times. It's fine.
Yeah.
Well, what's the threat there?
Exactly.
But yeah, it's. I don't know what they're going to do with it, to be honest.
Me neither.
Some imposter, you say? That's pretty sus.
I
I don't know. I heard the thing about unlimited regeneration, but I wasn't sure whether that's just the Rip Doctor Who people saying that, or whether it was actually confirmed in the show that he has unlimited regenerations.
If he does, I'm not being funny. Just use it as a
Because,
weapon.
well, if that was the point, what was the whole idea of River giving him his last regeneration?
I don't know.
It doesn't really fit in. And then the whole thing about Trenzor where he's growing old. Because if he's like got unlimited regenerations that the Time Lords have stolen, what was the point of that? But then, wasn't there something to do with the Time Lords saying, "Oh, they've applied the 12 regeneration limit to the Doctor"? But how have they done that? How have they changed his biology so that it's limited as unlimited regenerations?
I mean,
it just seems like a bit of a stretch.
They did steal from him. Well,
I know.
apparently. So
when the Timeless Doctor's memory will wipe
the
the
adjust that.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like a lazy thing to say. Oh, it's like it feels like they've put a plaster over it. That's all it's saying. It's like.
But I was gonna say, if you had unlimited regenerations, I'm not being funny. You just proc every regeneration and just use it as like laser blasters, wouldn't you? Oh, you want to kill me?
Like Iron Man. Yeah.
Oh look, I'm in like what's it called? My words. I can't get my words through.
Use your thoughts.
I'm trying. What was I saying?
Putting our thinking caps on.
He he was in like he'd just be inside some like Dalek ship or something. He's like I don't know.
Do you want to talk about some of the story ideas we've got, or
can do?
Some of the potential series ideas
that we do. Yeah. Okay.
I want to hear some ideas from like the chat. Like how would someone kind of if they wanted to retcon the Timeless Child, how would you do it? What would your ideas be? Because I've got an idea.
We do.
But I don't know whether it'll be controversial. It probably will be.
It probably would be.
I can't see any other way of doing it. I feel like the Doctor's a lost sense of actually being able to die, like being able to be killed. Yeah.
I mean, the Doctor has always had plot armor, but yeah, I get what you mean.
I just think it messes up the numbering now because you've got the. How many regenerations was it before Hartnell now?
I mean,
you've got Joe Martin, and then you've got the Morbius blooming Doctors.
Yeah,
they shouldn't be the they're not the. I'm just amazed at how Chibnall has got that completely wrong. They're not the Doctor's regenerations. They're meant to be Morbius's incarnations. They're having a mind wrestle. So it would make sense that he's showing how his strength of, oh, I've lived 12 regenerations. These are all mine. Whereas you've got 4 puny reincarnations. I'm much stronger. But then Chibnall's interpreted that as being the Doctor's past incarnate. I don't know. It just messes up the numbers, I think.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't make them special anymore.
Well,
like each Doctor was significant, but
there's obviously a lot when Tecteun was doing all these like things to the Doctor, forcing regeneration and whatnot. So
I would hate to be showrunner so much. The hate is endless, no matter what. I mean, you can't. At the end of the day, Vanders, you can't please everyone. But I just think if you can write a good story at the end of the day and entertain people, that's what matters.
No, exactly.
Because at the minute,
no matter who.
At the minute, yeah. Go on, you go.
I think no matter who takes over the show, someone's gonna hate them. Like it's impossible
Yeah.
not to be hated. So you just kind of have to push past that, and maybe that's what Russell's doing. Maybe that's how he sees it. But I think if the mass majority are saying, that's when you probably should listen. If it's like a small fraction, you know.
I read his book. I've got it on my shelf actually. It was the what's it called? Doctor Who. Oh, it's gone out of my head. It's the one he did for the end of his run, series 4. It's the specials.
See you, Vanders.
Final. Oh, see you, mate. What was it called? It's gone. Oh, the final pages or something like that. Doctor Who.
Writer's Tale.
Writer's Tale. That was it. Yes, right. I read that one, and he's basically said, look, it's not a democracy. But I think if you're writing for a fandom, like a Doctor Who fandom, you're gonna at some point. I mean, I don't go overboard like Marvel and do fan service stuff, but at some point you need to take into account what people are saying.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the fandom wiki. I mean, I know some people have said it's not very reliable, but I love just scrolling through there and just getting information, just ideas and inspiration for stuff. Because at the end of the day, it's a big collaboration or collection of all Doctor Who media, like audio dramas, novels, books, stuff from the TV. You know, it's great to draw from.
100%.
But they haven't really got an excuse not to use it. Yeah, Writer's Tale. It's a really good book, Doctor Sea Devil. I'll put a link to it in the. I think it's on Amazon.
We should be sponsored at this point. Yes, use our link and use the code repitch.
Well, no, I just see it as a research thing.
Hashtag not sponsored.
Hashtag not sponsored.
Hashtag not sponsored.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
I mean, it probably might be worth showing my dissertation because the whole thing I did for uni, it was all about canon and like it was called the canon conundrum and like the problems with world building. But it was just discussing this because the history of it is really interesting because the first fandom that ever existed was the Sherlock Holmes stuff with I think it was called the Baker Street Regulars. And what they did was it was the Arthur Conan Doyle, is it?
I think so.
Basically, they went through all the books and tried to make sense and find connections to make sense of the whole timeline of what they were doing. So I think in some it was said like Sherlock Holmes, he was injured like in Afghanistan or something like that. But then in another story it said he'd injured his leg instead of his arm or something. But it was the fandom trying to make sense of all that, and that was like in the 1900s, early 1900s. So it's been going for ages. It's people trying to make sense and find authenticity within kind of, you know, series and books and novels and TV shows. So it's not an issue nowadays that people are picking up on things like this. Yeah, maybe people. I mean, you see people on Twitter now going, "Oh, just enjoy it for what it is." But I kind of understand why people where they come from with that.
Yeah.
You know, as humans, we want to find order in things. That's just human nature.
So did you want to discuss how you would your
So
idea?
the series episodes. Right. Well, I've got this idea. It's I have to basically go into. You have to cut into Twice Upon a Time at the end of that. Right. So with the Capaldi regeneration, I had this idea whereby you start to see regenerate into Jodie Whittaker, but then you see Shooty Gatwa and David Tennant and all the successive Doctors up until I take over, and then something goes wrong,
You mean
and Capaldi
we
falls
take
to the
over?
or we
We-
take over. Sorry, yeah,
we
I should
take-
say.
Can't cut me out of this deal. You can't cut me out
I
of
do
this.
apologise. I do apologise. I did mean us. So Capaldi falls to the floor, and he starts experiencing these flashes of unknown faces. He just his body can't decide what face to settle on, right? So the TARDIS senses that there's something seriously wrong with his regeneration, and basically materializes somewhere, and you just see muffled people going, you must get him inside. We haven't got much time. And what it turns out is he's had this regeneration, a severe regeneration. Well, it's similar to your episode, Cape, with the Half-Life, where the body was under such traumatic stress that it couldn't decide what face to settle on. So, from what we've seen with Jodie Whittaker and the Timeless Child and all the events like that, they're just possible outcomes for what could happen. They haven't. I mean, it's just alternate realities. So you're not outright denying that they happened, but they're just possible outcomes.
It's like well, I say retconning, but it's like the whole 1996 TV movie saying I'm half human, and then it's just never touched again.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those things, really, where
That's how I'd do it.
I suppose
really.
we explain.
Yeah.
Oh, they could have happened.
It could have happened.
And we're not saying they didn't happen.
Yeah.
We're just saying
that timeline. You've gone a different timeline.
Maybe we've been watching
branch.
something else, and now we're returning to the. Well, for us, we would say the main branch of the timeline. The stem of the tree. But who's to say those other branches didn't happen? We're not saying that. No. So, yeah, I think that's definitely how we do it. And maybe you could still whack in that bit of thing that his body isn't quite right even after this thing. So, which then is where I come in with the Half-Life.
Yes. Yeah. But I think that's the only kind of idea I can think of that would probably get it back on track, because you can't cut into Whittaker because the stories weren't very good. That's when it started to dip a little bit. And obviously you had the Timeless Child of Series 12. So the only other place I can think of that we could cut in is probably Twice Upon a Time, because it would fit in well with Capaldi being exhausted. So maybe all this trauma of living too long, and he says, "Oh, it's a treadmill," and all this. Maybe that's got to him, and his body just can't handle it. So it's struggling to decide what face to settle on. What's that? Similar idea to yours. The companion is seemingly on a fixed path to becoming a villain, threatening the galaxy or this universe, and seemingly the Doctor cannot stop it. Yeah. It'd be interesting to see a companion becoming a villain, because didn't they do that with who was the guy in the long game? With the snapping fingers thing and his forehead.
Oh, Adam.
Adam. I think in one of the comics they made him a villain.
He was be evil, yeah. I think they did it if he stayed on. What would happen?
Yeah.
And he would.
So that'd be quite interesting to do.
With knowledge. Yeah.
I think it's just but yeah, I'll tell you what I would love to do though, right? Because people forget that the Cybermen of the new series, they're not from our universe, they're from Pete's world, parallel universe. So all this metal business, that's not from our universe. The classic Cybermen are from our universe, and they're plastic. So it would be good to have kind of a resurgence of these plastic Cybermen, seeing these metal ones and going, what's going on? Who are these guys? They're a threat to our race. So they have a bit of a cyber civil war. I think that would be a really good storyline.
Hmm.
Because the whole thing about Cybermen being robots, it's just a complete wrong idea. They're meant to be based on the Borg, or I think no, the Borg were based on the Cybermen, but it's meant to be sort of a similar vibe to that, where they're not robots, but they're human augments.
Yeah. And then,
So
like,
all this stomping business, I didn't really like it.
The way to understand it, I'd say easier, is cyberpunk. You know, people who
Yes, yeah,
put in chips into their body, like basically just augmenting bits of technology inside of them to improve things or make their life. Obviously, in cyberpunk, it's a lot more about making their lives easier and things like that. But like that's probably the best way to explain how the Cybermen should work, is that they're doing things to improve them, and they think that's more superior, rather than going, we want full autonomy. So like in series 12,
because if you make them robots, you basically just put them in the same category as Daleks. They just want to kill you.
No, exactly.
Which I think was what happened was it Ascension of the Cybermen? They just wanted to delete people. They didn't want to take them over.
No, yeah, exactly.
Because the whole premise of you will become like us. That's what I like about Tomb of the Cybermen. That's what it needs to go back to. Being very creepy. Like, if they snuck up on you, you wouldn't be able to hear them.
No, they just get you.
If they did now, you did the stomping. But that's what made it creepy.
Which is one of the things that I'm potentially looking into changing in mine.
Yeah.
More on that in the future.
Because you could do a really good horror episode with, you know,
100%.
the plastic Cyberman. But
and I love writing horror stuff. I think it's great.
We got a new person. Hello.
Yeah, I think
Arthur Conan Doyle hated it. He didn't actually. He was more surprised at how people were this like into his stuff. If I think I had a quote somewhere, if I can find it. I think he didn't hate it. He was just amazed at how people were just this embedded into the finding continuity within his stuff. Got to go into my file. Oh, what draft was it on? Final Amend.
It's fine.
I might put this in my Discord actually, because I haven't published this yet, but I would like to at some point because it is interesting. But it's a bit of a read, so I don't know whether you want to. You might have to spend a bit of time on it, but
I'm still slowly working my way through it.
Yeah. So basically, they said. How, for instance, is it possible that one story Watson's described as having been wounded in Afghanistan in the shoulder, and then in another story he complains that the wound was in his leg? But it's just little continuity things like that. And then where was it? What they said? I'm sure I quoted him somewhere. I'll have to find it. Conan Doyle. I should have prepared this really.
That's all right. I'll just do some background music.
Some background
do 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 do
Oh, and then right, here's another thing as well. When they killed Sherlock Holmes off in The Final Problem, basically the whole of the magazine readers were calling in, cancelling their subscriptions. So it's very similar to how Doctor Who fans were reacting, with the Timeless Child. If some guy said "you brute" and all this, it's really interesting because it's like history repeating itself.
Yeah.
I can't find this. I'd have to look it up, but. Yeah. So any of your ideas? What have you got for some ideas?
Me?
Yeah. What would you like to do?
Oh. See, I'm more I like delving into like the crazy stuff. So I think that's where it works between us, because you kind of keep on the balance path, and I'm like, I'm gonna whack in this and make this work. So I obviously that sounds like so careless, but not not that carelessly. Things I'd add, like I said, I quite like the idea of having like a companion from another time period. I'd love to write that. My only worry is if it's like a reboot or like we like bringing back Doctor Who sort of thing, then it's a bit weird because you don't want to ruin the whole audience surrogate thing, especially if it's like bringing it back to viewers, like bringing it back to TV, bringing it back to our screens, yada yada yada.
Yeah.
But ideas of what I'd love to do, I'd love to kind of visit into things that, I mean, I'm trying to think of stuff I've written that I think would be quite good for Doctor Who. Like having this concept of being like separating the Doctor and a companion, and it being that they're on the same place just at different times and they can't really communicate, or they can through certain things. I think that'd be a cool visual as well. God, I literally would have to look at my list, but I get the Cybermen thing. I mean, I think elements from what I've written for that, obviously not out yet, but I'd love to do some things from that as well. There's a lot of ideas that I've got, and like storylines that I want to follow, and so yeah, I kind of want to delve into this. The Cybermen should be more like look.
The Reapers would be a good idea, actually, Nova Fox. Yeah, you won't be able to do it exactly like the Reapers, but you'd have to do a similar sort of villain. I mean, it depends how big of a threat you want them to be. Is it like a galactic thing? You know.
Hang on, I need to pull up my list of episodes so I know what I'm talking about. I had this all pre-planned yesterday and then I forgot. It's like, I know what episodes I want, and no, I just don't. I quite like blending genres together. I think that's quite fun. Like, I remember telling you obviously about the Doctor Who meets slasher. Like, I think it'd be such a cool episode in Doctor Who.
Like Scream sort of thing.
Yeah, but like, even if it isn't like human killers or like a murder mystery sort of thing, but still
you could do that with Jack the Ripper.
You could, yeah. And it's like, who is it? And maybe you never do find out who it is, because I don't think they ever did find out who Jack the Ripper was. Though new evidence is still coming in to this very day. So I think that, like, things like that would be quite fun, like blending things we already know together, and it's like, oh, and I think that also helps cement people to go, oh, this is really cool, because they're either there for one thing or for the other thing, and then you blend them together and you go, oh, that really does work. And then even if it's like someone hears, like, I don't know, they've never watched Doctor Who before, and they find out, oh, Doctor Who's doing like a horror slasher episode, and then you're like, ooh, I love things like Scream, or about like Friday the 13th, or like things like that. I think they would do that quite well. I think you get people to come in and they'd watch that and they go, ooh, I really like that, and then they want to see more because they realize the actual premise of Doctor Who as well is really good. And then I think things like that I think would be a good idea. But I agree, I would love to do like a season arc where obviously you still got the Doctor's condition.
Time War 2, Electric Boogaloo, yeah. Sort of thing, yeah. They threaten the whole universe instead of one galaxy. Yeah. The one thing I wanted to do with Doctor Who, though, is mix it. I mean, not exactly copy Star Trek, but use Star Trek to inspire a little bit of Doctor Who. Because if you start to build like a galactic sort of consistency. So if you maybe spend one episode where you arrive on this planet and you establish these species live here, and then the next week it's like, oh, let's go to some space station, and then you establish their lore. Over time, you're going to build up like the Shadow Proclamation. You're going to establish over time and build this kind of galactic presence. So you had like I think the Ood trade sector in one of series 4 episodes. Even just like that stuff, that really fascinates me because it's the world building of Doctor Who.
That's
so
what
if
I
you
want to do more, is be able to world build again.
Mm,
Because I feel
yeah.
like now we haven't really got anything that they can revisit. So it's like they summon up on this and they go, oh, here's your history fact, yada yada yada, move on. Bring things back.
But even like the little canteen bits at the end, the end of time. Just bringing all the species together.
Yeah.
I think that's what we need more of. But
and that's where you can quote Russell T Davies. It's fantastic nonsense. But it works. That one.
But it works.
That one thing. Not.
It's paradoxical, but it works.
Yeah.
It could be an idea to be a large gut punch where the Doctor actually dies for reasons to discuss, which then leads to past couple of worlds to find a solution, but over a whole series, no easy fix. Yeah, didn't they try that with Turn Left though? They had the Doctor dying. So what you're basically saying? Are you trying to say that have sort of Turn Left thing, but series wide? That'd be quite interesting. Yeah, I think that would be quite good.
I think it'd be like interesting, maybe to build on. No, I don't know. Okay, maybe not this way, but I'm gonna just throw the idea out, just so that it's out there.
Okay.
I was thinking maybe if we were to do the whole go back to Capaldi's thing, the world is a lot different to how we saw it. But maybe not that way. Or you still link it to the episode, but the Doctor's been on this, obviously, in the thing getting better for a lot longer than we think. And I think whether it's that way done or whether it's because the Doctor's the other timeline thing we've been watching the whole way that we'd like kind of sort of retcon or go backwards, is that we see the universe now having to struggle without the Doctor. Whether that's been because he's been recuperating on the place, or whether that's because of the whole we've watched all this other stuff with 13, 14, 15. That is yet to be tweaked. But I think it could be interesting to see everything is in peril and actually the universe is kind of hanging like on the edge because the Doctor hasn't been around to influence these things. And
that would be quite.
I think that could be interesting because as a whole, not necessarily a season arc, but like an era arc, you see the universe improve because the Doctor's back at it again, which is then slowly showing you how much the Doctor is impacting things, but not playing God.
That would fit quite nicely with that Dalek idea we had. It's the
See?
whole series. The Daleks win, and then by the end, that's where they get defeated.
Yeah. Big
there
brain.
You go. But one of the things we were saying last, was it last? When did we watch the episode? Was it yesterday?
That could be the reason why the Daleks have taken over because he's not there. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then little connections like that though. That's what makes it good. We're kind of talking timelines again here, but one word where he dies is one that cannot be rectified. Yeah. You're kind of writing yourself into a corner with that though.
Right, I'm head off now, but thank you for this incredible sort of podcast stream. Told you it was a podcast. Great to see
Who's that?
Willow's in the
Dr.
big.
C Double?
Yeah, great to see Willow's in the big 2025. Make sure you not to overwork yourselves.
I always overwork myself. Just behind the scenes.
Yeah. As in
I'm still working on my short film at the minute. That's coming out hopefully this year. I've just been waiting for good weather because it's been miserable. So it's a bit sunny now, so we're going to start filming again. So
Yes.
stay tuned for that.
I can't wait.
Stay tuned.
I can't wait. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, the main thing I'm trying to get at the minute is try and get into the film industry. This is what I want to do. You know, this is how I start.
Yeah.
Start at the bottom, work your way up. Because I just hate to see it in its state at the minute. Because we were watching the episode, when we were watching it, it's like a lot of the visuals. It's such wasted potential. Like our ideas, we could have with that budget. It'd be really good, really good.
Yeah.
Didn't you say something about the TARDIS flying by the window? You like that really well.
Oh yeah. In the new episode where like they're in space and you can just see this TARDIS in the distance just spinning, and it's just so cool.
Yeah.
It's like everything you hoped for in Doctor Who back in 2005. And now we have the money to do it. We just don't have the stories.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
It's rather annoying.
Um,
But yeah, I don't know. But I think that would be a cool premise. So, oh my god, I finally thought of a new idea to improve our remake. How many times have you guys killed each other while filming Jim Doctor Who? Too many times.
were they asking this?
In yours?
Stop popping up for mine. Hold on a sec. Let me refresh.
If you look on the
Oh, my thing's delayed. That's why. It's alright. It's back now. How many times have you guys killed each other while filming Jim Doctor Who? Well, the thing, we've rarely filmed together, have we? Really?
We did in episode 10 of series 2.
I helped you do some.
Yeah.
But I
kind
of did all mine. Because I had my 2 friends from high school for the first maybe 3 episodes. And then episode 4, I kind of did. I think I just did that using myself. Because I'd learned how to do masking then. Yeah, and then 5 and 6 were just the same. It was just me on my own. I think I had for one scene I had my mate helping me again. But that was it really. It was more me helping you, I think.
Yeah.
But now that we've got the stop motion helper,
we're just kind of like one-man bands now.
Yeah. I did have battles though in Jim and Doctor Who while filming.
Yeah.
Episode 2 was really funny because it was the first time we experimented with multiplayer. So I think we had some guy on helping me, and I think in the end we just turned it into like a bloodbath. It was so funny.
Right. Yeah. Mine.
Yeah.
Series 2 is kind of where it all really happened because we had everything was all done in multiplayer, so it was all like we actually were in game together every recording session.
Yeah. Because you used to do that lip sync, didn't you? We'd have to say the lines, and then you put the audio overwards, like for the top.
Yeah. So that was chaotic because we were both diagnosed with ADHD, so we'd get distracted anyway. I'd then finally get my mind, like my head set, and then he'd be off doing something else. I'm like, oh my god, Danny, come back, we need to film. He's like, right, okay. Then he finally comes back. Then I get distracted, and then it just took longer than it needed to. But hey, it just shows that maybe combining people with ADHD it's not a good idea. Not a good idea. But yeah, it was quite funny.
Yeah. Have we got any other questions, by the way? I think we're coming to the end now. But if there's any other
Hmm.
Q&A, so what was that thing that engage with your audience? Start a Q&A. I don't know what this is. Do you want me to click it on mine?
I can do it. So it's
I
just
don't know what
like
it does.
you just say something.
Oh, you got to think of a question. What question could we ask?
What would you do if you were showrunner?
I haven't tried this yet. I don't stream that often, so
Okay,
let's copy that.
I don't know whether it will show up on our text thing.
Oh yeah. Oh, mine's gone a bit weird. Ugh.
Ask something.
I don't know.
I would.
You can answer your own Q&A.
I'm just testing it, see what it does. Question sent. It doesn't pop
I
up
would
on
team up
thing.
with the fabulous Willows. It does for me. It pops up on mine.
Yeah, but it doesn't pop up on stream.
Oh, is it not? Okay.
What generation is your doctor on? Oh, Will, that's for you.
What regeneration? Hang on. Let me just end the Q&A so I can't get the chat back again. Well, what regeneration is your doctor on? What, for my Gmod series? I don't know. I kept it very vague because it doesn't fit in with canon. For obvious reasons. So I think I mentioned some David Tennant events and then some Matt Smith events when they've still got the Tennant TARDIS. So it doesn't really fit in. I just call him the Gmod Doctor. It's not really. He hasn't really got a number. Maybe he's far in the future. Who knows?
He just exists.
That's up to you. It's where you want to put him in.
Yeah, mine isn't done, I think. Cool.
I made out a headcanon that your doctor went back to a previous interior just to explain the 10th Doctor's TARDIS. Yeah, maybe. Maybe he just wanted to reminisce and be nostalgic.
I like that.
Yeah. If you got any other questions about Gmod Doctor Who, feel free. I'm here.
As am I.
20 minutes.
Yeah, 20 minutes. 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
I mean, it doesn't have to be about Doctor Who now, just anything.
Yeah,
anything you want to ask.
I think we've kind of concluded on.
I think we've finished now, yeah.
So I think we kind of have said our piece.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, one other thing as well, though, I would do. If I were going to bring the Daleks back, I'd try and get them into the Peter Cushing colours again. You have the gold Dalek, the black Dalek, the red Dalek, and then the blue silver Daleks. I'd have them. I'd probably make it come back into the colour hierarchy again, like how they were in the comics.
Yeah.
Have you watched DW 2012 series? I've seen a bit of it. I haven't seen it all.
I've seen like a couple of seasons.
We were watching the Confused Adipose stuff the other day, weren't we?
Yeah, we were. We we had mixed opinions.
I just think it looked more like a. I mean, obviously it's a fan series.
It's a fan film. So
yeah,
it's definitely fan service and all that. But it was like
there was some good ideas there. I thought.
Yeah. There was.
But it's like filming on council estate sort of thing.
Yeah. So we're like,
with a limited budget. It's yeah.
But then we were surprised to see. Spoiler alert! If you were planning to watch the latest one and you haven't seen it yet, click off for about 20 seconds. Okay, cool. So I was a bit surprised to see that DW12 just suddenly fucking appears in Confused Elephant. Like they appear in like all other like Doctor Who fan made spin-offs. I bet if we if we message them, they'll come into ours. We'll be like, hey, so I know it's Gmod and all, but do you want to like green screen yourselves in or voice them?
I did have Barry's come on, I think, at one point.
Yeah.
He voiced the character in mine. It was one of the early episodes.
Yeah.
But what was that? Davros was suddenly spoiled as well. He was always a great villain to have. The whole thing about Davros, which really ruined it for me, was when he opened his eyes. What was that all about? He's supposed to be blind.
Yeah.
He can't open his eyes. If he's able to see, then what's the point of having his Dalek eye?
Yeah.
That's what ruined it for me.
What do I think of the 14th Dr. Sonic Screwdriver? I like the look of it.
Sonic TV remote.
No, this is 14. This is David Tennant's one.
Oh, 14. Oh, that's a lot better. I don't know why Shushi didn't stick with him. It's Sonic.
I wasn't entirely sure about the digi screens and sonic force shields it can produce, but sure.
Yeah.
Each to their own. I mean, we've seen Sonic Screwdrivers do other stuff that we think shouldn't have happened. So, but I feel like that was probably more for it now moving to Disney Plus. So
yeah,
I felt like it was probably trying to cater for a new set of audience that
the
are
kids,
like, what's going on? And then he's like playing around and doing stuff.
I don't know whether it's me just getting old now, but it does feel like it's a CBBC show now. In some areas.
Yeah.
It just seems a bit too kid friendly. Like a lot of the Turn Left when it says about concentration camps. It doesn't feel like the same show now.
No.
It's like that sort of darker theme. That's what it needs to come back to.
I
mean, not as dark as Torchwood. Don't get me wrong, but it needs to bridge the gap.
I love writing Doctor Who darker, like not being afraid to say how something died, like, and it being like the worst possible way of being killed.
Yeah,
like, other things like that, or like writing monsters and enemies to be so brutally evil. So I don't know. Most attractive sonic screwdriver for me was Capaldi's. Yeah, it was a nice looking sonic screwdriver. One of my favourites. I mean, I used it in Gmod, so
I did think it did go a bit like more of a toy than a screwdriver. I think if it starts to become unrecognizable, that's when you got a bit of an issue.
Yeah.
Because I did like the the Smiths one, not bad, but I think Capaldi having the spinning thing, that went a bit weird, and then it went all right with Jodie's, but it was a little bit. I didn't like the design. I just thought it. Yeah.
But the concept of it being made out of like scrap metal.
But the shape of it with like just a simple bar with a light on the end. That's what it should be. But when it's got all like little gadgets and gizmos and things on it, it just becomes too much like a merchandise thing. That's all I say.
Yeah, I think it is just trying to be like which one looks most.
They're just after the merchandise. That's all.
Yeah, I think it just becomes which one looks the most best looking, and people are going to buy.
I'd sort of go back to, do you know John Hurt's Sonic?
Where he lifts
maybe
down.
Maybe a bit of that and David Tennant's kind of Christopher Eccleston sort of thing. A mixture of the two. Because look, it's meant to be a scientific instrument at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I would just love to have a nice, pretty Sonic. But also functional and doesn't look too unrealistic. But I don't know. I don't know. Let's please that door.
You're doing it,
Yeah.
mate.
You too. Go on, my son. You're doing it, mate.
I can do John Bishop. Nobody needs soup more than me. He talks a bit like that, you know.
He does. He does.
I did like
He
it coming
does.
to Liverpool because I was trying to catch some film in there because
Mm.
they were doing it by the Albert Dock, but I think I missed them. I think I went there the day after and they'd gone, which is a shame. But
Mm.
that's another thing as well. I'll try and bring it back to Liverpool.
Mm.
Um,
I'd bring it back to bloody Reading. In the
Bring it
life
back
of
to
Reading.
it's a Slough.
We're in
Where are we, Doctor?
Slough.
We're in Slough. Oh no, let's get back in and go somewhere else. When Ricky Gervais comes out of the office going, "Hello, come into our office."
Oh God.
That'd be funny.
Yeah. Hey, well, have you thought
What
about
about
giving
giving
the
the
Doctor and
Merely their own character themes.
Millie?
I mean, I wanted to, but considering how long it takes to make the episodes, having to do the music as well, it would have taken it much longer.
Hmm.
I mean, I can do the orchestral stuff, but it just takes time.
Hmm.
And when I first did the first episode, I'd just come out of high school, so I still had like my GCSEs to do and everything as well. So I was a bit preoccupied, but like I'd like to go back and remaster it, and I'd put my own titles on it now as well. But it's just finding the time now.
Hmm. Yeah, I can't wait to get round to remastering Series 1. And then probably I'd love to remaster Series 2, but then it gets to the point of like then I end up remastering everything.
If I was doing the Doctor Who series, I'd use that logo.
Hmm.
It makes it look like a bit more like Series 4, sort of regeneration energy sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Definitely.
yeah, I think that's it really. How much do you hate Capey season 1?
So much. So much. It was all done in first person. I sound like a chipmunk. I sound like Theodore, specifically, from Alvin and Chipmunks. Simon! Oh, I'm in the TARDIS! That's what I sounded like. So, yeah, and it just had no plot. So, to even be called Cape Poo Series 1, I don't know how I do that, but I kind of have to because I call back on it from Series 2. So it's like, if I don't have a Series 1, then it makes no sense for Series 2. But the plan is to remaster it as a 6-episode serial, as the original was only 4. So you get 2 extra episodes out of it. And hopefully it looks a lot better and everyone's like, oh my God, it's one of the best seasons ever. And I'm like, yeah, I know, because it's amazing. And it'll be great. It'll be fan-dabby-dozy. We are getting the actor for Clunky back as well. So it's still the original guy. So it's great. It'll be great. I've said that now, and now it's all just going to go tits up, isn't it? It's just like, Season 1 remaster has now been cancelled. But yeah, who knows? Who knows? Got some really fun scripts for that one. Definitely a great opener, which kind of blends the past and the present together. So it kind of excuses, since I have such a shorter series, I don't have to do the whole going back in time episode. So because you literally start off in present and then you end up going through into the past because of like some like time fracture or something like that. But yeah.
You guys think you'll make a crossover if we had time? I mean, it's up to you, Kate. What do you want to do?
Who knows? Who knows, mate?
Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows? Time is
Time can be rewritten.
time is relative, unfortunately, and that means everything has to happen in an order, which means I have no time. So who knows? If we had the time, maybe if we could make something work. It's just making it can't impact. There's a lot of factors to think about because obviously you can't impact each other's law, I suppose.
Yeah.
So
you gotta work it out.
You can say, "Oh, it happened," but then you can't be like, "Oh, because this happened here, it's changed everything from before." So. Because remember we had other people be like, "Can we do a crossover?" And then we were like, no.
Yeah.
Because their idea was just us to show up as a cameo. And then they wanted to then like tie in their whole series with our lore.
Yeah.
And then I was like, I'm not being funny. I don't want too many third-party things to be associated with me.
Yeah.
Because then it's a whole other thing to think about. So I think the less amount of times you have to keep bouncing between different medias as like a spin-off or as a cameo or as a one-off, the better.
Yeah.
But who knows? Who knows? That's all I'm saying to that one. Maybe we won't need to because we'll be screenwriters, showrunners. Sorry, so we'll already be working together.
That's what I'm aiming for at the minute. I want to get Jim Doctor Who on the TV, or recycled ideas at least. You know, I can't have it the same, obviously, because you'll know what happens, but
no,
I can't be letting you give spoilers. So,
well, I think just having this discussion today, we've already kind of worked out how we can change things from the previous, well, from your series 1 to fit with the new.
Yeah. Well, you could still have Millie as a character.
No, 100%.
Because if you set it in the future, like not the too distant future, but maybe like 2035, when they're starting to go to the moon again, because it is going to happen. It's Artemis 3. I think that's launching in 2029. Might push that back, but by that time, because at the minute in the space world, what they're planning to do is they've got Artemis 2, I think next year, maybe 2027, and they're going to be doing a lunar orbit,
right?
But they're not going to land, and that's just to check everything, make sure it's all right.
Right.
But then Artemis 3, which is in 2029, that's where they're going to do like the lunar landing again. They're going to land there, I think, since 1972 for the first time. But then, once they've landed there and they know it can work again, they're going to start building a space station around the moon called Gateway, and then that's going to lead them to Mars. But that's what they're planning at the minute. But if you could set something in like 2040 odd, Millie Anderson would fit quite well there. Maybe the Doctor could stop off and see them, having a rocket launch, or
already on the space station. He just lands on the space station by the moon, and she's just there.
What are some scrapped episodes from both series? Good question. I mean, I did mention it in the documentary, but I did have one. It was basically the Time Warrior, if you haven't seen it. But it was just like set in medieval times, and it was a Sontaran going round. and then I changed it to Wild West, and then that didn't work. And then that's how I ended up with Die Glock for episode 3, because there was a lot of World War II models on there on the workshop. So it's just a learning experience, really, just trial and error. Because the thing with Gmod is it does have limitations, so you just have to work with what's on the workshop, unless you know someone who can develop stuff for you. But I think that the main thing at the minute, there's just a lack of like models on there, Doctor Who related. Like there's no Slitheen, there's no well, I mean there is Slitheen, but it's very low quality. I think there's like all there is just Daleks, Cybermen. There's no Ice Warriors. I'd love to see them. What else? What other villains? Off the top of my head.
The Metatrons.
Yeah, the Quarks, whatever they are. But just, I mean, I'd just like to see more stuff on the workshop. If any of the developers are watching, I think it'd be really good. You know, because it gives more people more opportunities for more stories.
For me, I don't really know if I have many scrap. I wouldn't say they're scrapped. I'd say I just started writing them and then went like, nah. So they weren't really like fully developed ideas. I just had like, oh, this could work, or that could work, or this could work. So I remember way back when there was going to be Capey the movie.
Was that?
Yeah, this was after I finished series 1, so it would have been the exact same format. So it would have just been like an hour and a half of shit. And it's funnily enough, some of the ideas were actually adapted to series 2 episode 10. It was all going to take place in like this video game dimension, so that's kind of like the similarity. And it was going to, I think, be against Dedicape. So it was just kind of adapted and not shit anymore. So don't get me wrong, series 2 episode 10 has its quirks and its issues, and the fact that it uses the fucking Infinity Stones, and I wish I'd never fucking did that, but I'd have to check my phone. I'd have to check my phone because I kind of write them when I'm on the train. Funnily enough, I kind of get like.
Have you ever written stories based on dreams?
Yes.
All the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
I write it more than you think.
I had a dream the other night that I was at work, and I got a call that like a black hole had formed in the sun where the sun is. We're all gonna die. I don't know why. It's just
fair enough.
Yeah, but it's just a random little dream. I don't know. But that would make a good little story. I don't know. I've had some weird ones over the years.
What the fuck is? Oh, speaking of dreams, this is one of my ones from my dream.
Oh, okay.
This was 7th of May 2024, so last year.
Oh, okay.
And I know it's from a dream because I think I envisioned him as the Predators, like from The Predator. But anyway, it's just titled "Trapped with an Alien." I literally just got it down before I forgot it, but I don't think I ever used it. The Capey is placed inside some sort of industrial bunker. He's placed in a group on the left of the room, and another group is on the right. It almost feels like some sort of commercial attraction. I don't know. I literally just spam everything down before I forget it. There is a massive bulkhead door, impenetrable. Behind this door lives the alien. In the dream, it was the xenomorph. A hideous creature of great power and destruction. Its only function is to kill. The creature comes straight for the Cape when he enters cliffhanger. Don't. No. The creature stops. It knows it's not allowed to kill the guests. The Cape is confused. The Cape is confused by this. This shouldn't be possible. Later on, things go wrong. The building is under attack. Someone wants to steal the alien for themselves. The Predators. Don't. And now the alien is free to do as it likes. It begins to
I'm
kill
expecting-
people.
I'm expecting blooming Chris Hansen to come out. Dateline
Yeah.
NBC.
The only
Had a scene over there.
No, just bloody Arnold just goes in and goes, "Get to the chopper!"
The little devil now.
Um,
The alien eats the screwdriver, so no plot device to get the cape out of the screw.
yeah. Anyway, so then it goes. The only problem is everyone is sealed in with the alien. They can't escape due to the building lockdown. Either the alien will kill them, or the people trying to steal the alien will. I don't know, to cover up the evidence. I see this is. You can tell this is a dream because I've just whacked this all down. Ending. I wrote an ending. The Cape is able to reason with the alien somehow. Not sure yet. In brackets. The alien tries to save the remaining survivors by giving them a clear passage out. They think the alien dies, but turns out it is able to steal assets from others. The alien takes a piece from the hunters and is able to survive the explosion of the building.
Okay.
The end. So that's one of them.
I found one just from 2021.
Oh, I've got one from 2021 as well. This was actually going.
June.
Yeah, this was going to be an episode for series 3, but I'll let you go first, and I'll read that one later.
So, right. So it starts off in an old house. Doctor and companion. I think it was Donna in the dream. This is from years ago, so I don't know what I'll be talking about. But a small shop of antiques. A few people on the inside. Very Victorian. The woman is a school teacher, etc. I can't remember. The group of people are chatting when a creepy sound is heard. They all turn around and it's the sound of a zip being shut on the bag. What is this? The owner of the shop sat behind a desk at the back of a room. They all laugh and return to talking. Oh, it's like a murder mystery sort of thing. Like there's someone melting the door handle from the other side and a faint scream. This is very bizarre. I don't know where I've got that from. But some of these, like, I just have to make sense of, and just little random ideas, you know.
Yeah, I've got one here. 10th of July 2021. I remember I was in the car, and we were just driving around some random ass road, and there was a train line, and there was an office block that looks over it. And I went, "Oh, that could be interesting." Now, fun fact: this was meant to be episode 10 of series 3. So the creature is still the same, but the setting is completely different.
Don't be giving spoilers. Series 3.
No, it's not really spoilers.
Okay.
Anyway, someone working in an office block late at night, finishing off work. A train goes past, nothing unusual. They start to finish up work. Another train is about to arrive. The worker walks up to the window. The train goes past. Someone is now standing behind the tracks. The worker is shocked. They wonder who they are, but another train goes past, and then they vanish. The worker makes their way out of the office, only to see the mysterious figure was by their car. They start shouting at them, but the figures started to walk up towards them. The worker runs away, does a loop of the office block assuming they lost them, gets in their car, and the engine struggles to turn on, but eventually does. The worker starts to drive. Then the mysterious figure emerges from the back seat with a sharp object in hand, killing the worker as he screams. The car continues moving until it disappears in a bluey purple light, that being the time vortex.
Ooh. Okay.
And then to continue it, it's not written down, but I knew that the car would have hit the TARDIS while in the time vortex. And then that's what leads the Cape to explore the mystery.
Yeah.
So it's like, all of a sudden, they're just like chatting in the TARDIS, yada, yada, yada. And then, whoa! And then they open the doors and there's just this car floating about in the vortex. And like, So, it'd be quite interesting. I would like to see a murder mystery type situation, but it takes place in the future. But instead of the guests being killed by knife or poison, they're killed by futuristic weapons in other ways. Maybe some stolen technology of Cybermen, Daleks, and Autons.
What if they just found someone floating in the vortex? They have to like revive them.
Nah, bro, they're dead. In fact, no, you wouldn't even see someone floating in a vortex because they'd get disintegrated from the time winds.
But wouldn't it be a good thing if they didn't? Because it's like the Doctor's going, "Oh, why haven't they disintegrated? What's going on?"
True.
That could make a good episode.
Mm.
Why didn't they disintegrate? Who are they?
Mm. What are you?
Yeah.
State your identity.
Yeah. Maybe with similar technology as Cybermen, Daleks, and Autons. Possibly. There's loads of ideas still out there. So all this thing about the childless child saying, oh, there's not enough possibilities, but this helps bring him out more. It's just nonsense. I don't see what the point of it was.
I've actually got the script from Capey the movie.
I don't think we're gonna have time to have it. We've been streaming for 3 hours now, so.
I know. Oh, there was like other ones where like if there was more episodes with the Cape and Clunky.
Yeah.
And that would have been interesting where it's like I mean even I added it with like other people were in it.
I wonder if we can make some shorts out of this stream as well.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. Just little snippets.
Oh, I've got a good one that I know I didn't do for series 3.
Go on.
There's just a note here that says drug quote. First you
Drug
use,
quote.
then you abuse, then you lose.
The doctor catches Millie watching Capey season 1. Millie, what are you doing? I'm not doing anything.
First you
Watching
use,
season 1.
then you abuse, and now you lose. I've got all my quotes as well. The episode was going to be called Mirror Mirror on the Wall.
That's a Star Trek episode. I think it's called Mirror Mirror.
Yeah. The Doctor Captain. I love YouTube.
Oh, Xenate's in the chat.
I love rotting my brain with short form content. Yes, of course, we love that. That's exactly what we were saying not to do for Doctor Who.
Have you got any opinions on the music, Xenate? Because I know you specialise in that. Any opinions on it? How would you change? What would you change? What would you not change? Do you think Murray Gold's ran his course? What do you think?
So, Mirror Mirror on the Wall was going to be a mirror that doesn't show your reflection, but an alternative reflection of yourself. Like looking into an opposite version of you.
Oh, it's the mirror of Erised from Harry Potter. It's like what your deepest desire is.
Oh, no. Sort of, but no.
Sort of. Okay.
So, if you were pure good, you would see pure evil. Hey,
Logan's there
Logan.
as well.
So, the mirror people start
Mirror
to come...
people.
These are literally just bullet points. The mirror people come out of the mirror impersonating people such as the Cape. So it's like an alternative dimension. But it reflects a complete opposite version of yourself. So yeah. So if Dedicate was to walk in front of that, he would see a perfectly good version of him.
Yeah.
Or the opposite would just be the Cape. If you walk into the mirror, you become your opposite. The mirror is actually an infestation of a life form / or a gateway, which is later harvested. Can't say that bit.
I think the Cape should show up and save the day.
If I was to set it in the past, it would have been Macbeth themed. So it would have been a play on the things that, you know how like Macbeth turns like evil to get his way.
Oh yeah.
So it would have been like actually the real Macbeth who wouldn't have done that was swapped by the mirror doubles. So it would have been like an interesting concept there. Or you could have in future just on some like random ass alien planet, which I thought would have been a bit boring. But then in the present, you could have had a random mirror situated in an important building or a building of public interest, museum or art gallery.
Mm.
So there were some ideas for that, but that was kind of like the main. That's kind of like the
Premise.
main premise, yeah. And I've actually also got like a brief description, which actually I did turn into an episode, which is episode 11 of series 3. So, yeah. So there are definitely some scrapped scripts, and who knows, maybe I'll use the mirror one day, but it didn't quite fit for series 3, and I think it became a bit too complicated to write, because you had to think about the fact that you could step through and then it literally would change you. You wouldn't be you would be the other version of you. So it's like walking around, but if you go in, then the other person goes out, because obviously it's a mirror. So if you walk through the mirror, then obviously it's got to reflect. So it's like you go in, the other version comes out. So you're basically swapping without even knowing it.
Oh, okay.
So
I'm sure I've seen that somewhere in something else.
I mean, I've never seen it in like as in I don't watch Star Trek or anything like that.
No,
So.
I'll tell you where I've seen it. Do you remember? Right, it was a few years ago. It was before COVID and all that. It was probably 2018, 2017. Do you remember that there was a channel, and it was an American channel, and it was Thingy Nuggets or something, and it was about like Psycho Dad. I don't know if anyone remembers that, but there was like basically he had this thing where he'd have different personalities,
right?
And it was to do with like mirror, and he'd like snap his fingers or something. It's been a while since I've seen it, but it was that similar sort of thing where when he snapped his fingers, the personalities would swap in the mirror. It was quite clever back in the day.
Okay. I thought the music was great. Marigold has definitely evolved as a composer, and it's very interesting to compare his RTD1 stuff to what he's doing now, because they're very different styles. Okay, fair enough.
Did you think in the Robot Revolution, because when we were watching it, we thought it sounded a bit more like Classic Who, like a little bit of traces of that?
Yeah, we did, didn't we? I feel like it includes some accent alpha history in episode like Tava Super Eruption or Permian Exit Extinction.
Tava Super Eruption. Yeah. Something that hasn't been established before. Yeah. I mean, you can't do Pompeii now because they've already done that, but
no, exactly.
There's plenty of other conspiracy theories out there and bits of history that people think, that aren't really aware of. Sometimes you can bring awareness to certain events. I just think it's a goldmine for ideas sometimes.
Conspiracies are always the best way to go.
Yeah.
Because you can just evolve them to however you like.
Wasn't the one that happened in somewhere in Asia, and it was like an airburst from a meteorite? That happened, I think, in the 1800s, I think. But there was like an area where all the trees were blown back. But you could have something there. Maybe that was like a UFO or something. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. RTD1's music is more bombastic and in your face, very upfront and noticeable, whereas RTD2's music is more sound designy. It's more of a mix between Akinola's work and his own RTD1 work.
I agree with that, yeah. I can see that.
It's the best of both worlds, because my main complaint with RTD1 music is that Gold would tend to overcompensate with music when he really didn't need to.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
You could be the composers, if we're showrunners. We'll hire you to do it. I mean, we were going to head off, but I mean, if any of you two want to jump on the call or have a couple more questions,
feel free.
Feel free, mate, because it's been a while since we've streamed, so we're just making the most of it. Any ideas, any questions you've got, about anything?
Who knows? We might do another talking about other points that we think
Yeah.
that could be explored.
Repitching Doctor Who #2.
Well, maybe that's just the series we create, repitching Doctor Who, and then we just talk about whatever.
Yeah. A lot of the stuff we talked about, it was earlier on, so I don't know whether you want to go back and rewatch a couple of it, but
We'll probably make a stream highlights on both.
yeah, we'll
channels,
do
so-
one. Yeah, we'll do a couple of shorts, I think, as well. Try and get them out.
100%. Yeah, get them out as soon as possible.
Hmm.
Before new developments are made and we have to make a brand new stream and we're like, ah!
It all depends on how Series 2 does.
If you could make a Doctor Who game, I'd make one based off the Fallout New Vegas mod. Cool. I mean, I know it was fairly like in depth, the Vegas one.
It would be good if you could. I mean, obviously, you wouldn't be able to set every time zone, but maybe have a few time periods that you could explore. Maybe like different levels. I don't know. I would like an open world one though.
Yeah.
Would be quite good.
I think it'd be quite
Even just
cool to
like
have an
exploring the TARDIS, that would be quite interesting.
I think you could have a Doctor Who game, open world. I think they could use some progressive system or something like that, where it like tries to determine what it would look like between the gaps of predestined time zones that they set up.
Yeah.
So say, I don't know, they're like, you can travel to 2005 and then you can travel to like 1990, and maybe like the game tries to work out like the full in between. So like maybe new buildings, like if you were to then go, I want to travel to 2000, but it's not like a pre-made one. It like tries to work out what buildings need to be there. I don't know, that could be like a cool thing. You can actually like see the world evolve around you.
Yeah. Reading the chat. Kind of missed out most of the actual Doctor Who talk, but I thought episode 1 was pretty fun, solid episode. There were definitely pacing issues throughout. Probably give it a B+. Yeah.
Yeah.
You had a lot to say about the editing.
Yeah, editor's standpoint, it was just a bit crap, and it really annoyed me. Because it was like, I was sat there absolutely fine all of a sudden, and then you get to that one shot, and I went,
yeah.
Like, and this is first time viewing. Normally, I don't notice it first time, and I have to watch it back again, and I go, "Oh, that was different." Like when me and you watched it back together, I went, "Oh, there's an issue with the title sequence." If you look very carefully under A, where Varada goes, the TARDIS clips through. It's really annoying.
In the title sequence, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, it's yeah. I just the fact that I noticed it first time is probably the issue. I shouldn't have noticed it at all, and it was obviously clearly that jarring to me. So
Logan, I'll tell you when season 2 is going to be, and I've just been talking about this before. I want to see more models on the workshop on Steam. When I see Ice Warriors on there, I will consider making season 2. We need to get a movement going. There's a lack of Doctor Who models on the Steam workshop. We need to get that going.
Yeah, they
give people some more opportunities for stories.
The TARDIS people need to stop making new TARDISes, and TARDIS exteriors need to start making more enemies.
Yeah.
What's the point of having the TARDIS if you can't meet Doctor Who foes, huh?
Otherwise, you'll have to wait and see it on the TV.
Yeah. And I really want you to do series 2 because it's so cool. It's so cool. I already know.
I've left it open.
Yeah, but
there's always a chance.
You've told me things, and I'm like, I want it.
Well, we'll have to see. It all depends on if season 2 gets cancelled or not, or season 3 or whatever. You know.
Oh right, if that gets cancelled, then we're like,
get us on there. We'll sort it out.
Well, I feel you look back on your episode feeling like you could improve the scene and pacing. Meanwhile, you look back on Capey season 1 with pure cringe and regret.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, I do cringe about it now, but it's only because I find it really weird how quality-wise, episode 1 is probably the worst out of all of them, but it's the most popular. It's the most viewed. I don't know.
Well, they
I don't know
always
how.
say it. Someone creators worst, like who think that it's their worst work ever, tends to be people's favorite. It's like because they want to change so much about it, and people just think it's it's a masterpiece.
Because I think if I redid episode 1 and remastered it, it wouldn't be anywhere as near as popular. I don't think it would be.
No.
But I would like to improve the pacing on it. Yeah.
100%. Remove the Davros bit that pops up as well.
Yeah.
I think that was the thing you wanted to change as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
What Davros? What were you saying then?
You know when you talk about Davros, and then like you get like the clip from Genesis of the Daleks pop up.
Oh yes, sorry, the flashback bits. Yeah. So I'd redo that if I could, but again, I think I've only seen like one Davros model, and that's made for one of the Doctor Who servers, RP servers, and it was such bad quality. You couldn't even move the head or anything. It was all just like a static thing, you know.
I'm very much looking forward to the next 2 episodes. Luck seems like it's going to be great, and the Well has most likely the Midnight Entity. It will be cool to see how it interacts with the Death Woman, if it is the Midnight Entity.
Yeah, looks. I've said it about 2 times now, but looks right. There was an episode.
Let me just take off my headphones. Ugh.
There was an episode of Dimension 404 called Cinethrax. Look it up. It looks very similar. Like this guy, he goes to a cinema, and it's like this new 3D experience, but the guy doesn't have the glasses, he has 2D. So he can't see what all the other people are seeing. But while he's watching it, these like tentacle creatures start coming out of the screen, start sucking all the souls out of people, but they're all oblivious to it because they've got these 3D glasses on. But he's the only one in the cinema who can see it. But it just reminded me a bit of it because it's all like 15 people have disappeared in the cinema, you know. Similar sort of thing.
Well, it's obvious that they've probably been sucked into the animation.
But the only difference is it's a 2D animation. But I don't know how different it's going to be, but similar sort of premise.
Wish the show gives us more explanation of how the TARDIS works, how it was made. I don't think it needs to. I think neither TARDIS more of a mystery, the better.
You know, I disagree with that. I'd like to know that as well. I would.
Yeah, but what specifically? You don't want to go overboard. You don't want to be like, this is everything about the...
Have you seen that picture, like the full-size TARDIS of what it looks like? Oh,
sorry, that's me.
Say
that again, sorry.
What does the TARDIS look like? I'm trying to find an image. There's an image out there somewhere of like the full-size TARDIS of what the interior. Oh, there it is. Found it. I don't know whether this is like an official thing or just a fan-made one, but that's what it's meant to look like, apparently.
Bloody hell.
Yeah. Do you want to put it on the Chrome tab thing?
Oh my god.
But this is like a fan thing, I think. One of the forum pages.
We're very happy that they made another Journey to the Center of the TARDIS type of episode. Well, stay tuned for Capey.
Another Journey to the Center of the TARDIS. Yeah, that's it, really. But even just like the amount of detail that goes into it, all like the different like dimensional stabilizers, reverse gravitational field generators. This is what makes it sci-fi. This is what makes it believable. Because if you have all like these terms and things that are all like really advanced technology, that's what makes it believable.
I wonder why they're all spheres, though.
Good question.
Okay, cool.
I don't know.
Hmm.
Just makes it alien, I
do
assume.
not know. I kind of just thought it kind of looks more like the coral TARDIS, where it's all like a big dome.
Yeah, maybe. But it's what I was saying about the Tom Baker scene, though. How that little explanation of the two boxes, they've just explained that in simple terms. You know, which box is larger? Well, that one, but it looks farther away. You know.
Yeah.
But it's because it's in a different dimension. You know, if you could have it here and there, the big one would fit inside the small one. It's such clever writing. You know.
100%.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
maybe
I don't know how RTD can think this is all nonsense.
I just think.
I mean, it is in an outside perspective. It probably does look like, but if you can explain it in like use a bit of real science, like quantum physics or something, just to give it that little edge of, all right, okay, maybe it is feasible. Yeah.
Maybe. I mean,
scale in kilometers.
Yeah, but there's no scale.
There is at top right.
No, but as in like, it doesn't tell you what the scale is.
Oh, okay.
Like it just says. So like just from.
It's 200. So that bar there is 200 kilometers in length. So that's 200, 400, 600, about 800 and maybe 1,000 kilometers long.
Damn.
It's quite big. I don't know, but this is going very much into hard sci-fi, like hard sci-fi. Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting. I mean. I just. Okay, fine. Learning a bit more about the TARDIS, cool. I just don't think say everything, because then it ruins the magic and mystery of it, right? That's really annoying me that image.
Main problem with R2D2 doesn't actually have anything to do with the episodes themselves. Empire of Death and the Star Beast being the two notable exceptions, those are bad. Yeah, it's just the whole thing about RTD. He does have an issue with stakes. So every single season that he's done, he tries to best it and go, right, what can we make that's even more a threat? So I think it starts off with the Daleks, then the Daleks and Cybermen, then the Master, which threats the whole universe, then it's realities, and then recently it's like Sutek, and it's multiverse and that sort of thing. I don't know. Now I think it's something to do with reality war or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what it's
but
called.
It's he does have an issue because he writes himself into a corner. And if you watch the Sutek one, it's like, oh, the TARDIS is suddenly good. And then he defeats it like that. You know.
Yeah.
But the build-up, it's like, what's the point? What we were saying earlier, it would be great if you could have like a series-wide arc where the Daleks win. So the first episode, you know, they take over. I don't know. They have control over the whole galaxy or something.
Yeah.
But by the end, it's like that's how they defeat them. I don't know.
I mean, even in, again, spoilers, but even in the end of Revolution, like there's the same groan in the TARDIS from when it was Sutek, and I get it's probably just because it's some more god crap or whatever, or it's now just a sound they're going to use from now on to explain that the TARDIS is not working. But I don't know, it's just like, oh, here we go again, you know?
Yeah. We talk about, I've just seen your comments, and it's about he has awful press. We've just seen that clip earlier. He was talking with Stephen Moffat in the TARDIS about how to stop pretending that there's any hard science fiction in this show, and it's just completely wrong. Because immediately afterwards he says, "Well, yours, Stephen Moffat, yours has a hard sci-fi."
Yeah.
He's just completely contradicting him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sutek was atrocious. I'm still shocked to this day that he wrote something that genuinely awful. Yeah, I mean, I can get why he did it, because having something that big of a threat and having to resolve it in an episode,
Yeah.
he's probably just taking the easy way out.
Mm.
I mean, it's it's understandable, but don't set the bar too high. I mean, if you wanted to have like a deadly threat like Sutek, span it over like 3 episodes or something. Have it a 3-parter. Don't have it just to or have it series wide.
Well, it's just like you use their ability against them, no? I feel like that would be the only way I would have written
Yeah.
it. Is that how do you cause death to the god of death?
Yeah.
Not by putting a leash on him and putting him in the time vortex.
To disintegrate.
Which he's probably acquired some sort of exposure to since he's been latched on the bloody TARDIS for so long. Don't know. There's also the fact that he purposely sticks his arm out onto the sides of the vortex. I'd be like, no, I'm just going to be like this the whole time, and then your thing doesn't work. And then you kill me, and nothing changes.
I think they only did it because of visuals. That's the main thing they're doing.
It's all visuals.
They're spending the budget on visuals. So they're like, oh, what can we do to make this really good and expensive? They're just flexing their muscle, but it's like what we were saying, the TARDIS. The TARDIS is too big.
Problem solved.
Offer him a treat problem. Yeah.
Here, boy. Here, boy.
So hang on.
Biscuit.
So how long has Sutek been on the TARDIS for?
Like since
I can't remember.
Pyramid
Was that
of Mars.
since Pyramid of Mars? I'm sure I saw like a continuity error. Someone said, I can't remember what it was now, but it was something to do with the TARDIS getting destroyed or something like that. Like, and what's the name? It was in that Capaldi episode with the Daleks, which is familiar. It gets destroyed. What was Sutek doing there?
He was just like,
how did he survive?
Wasn't there memes when he goes, "Oh fuck!"
Yeah,
and then he's like,
yeah.
He's like, "This is gonna hurt a little."
The 45-minute format doesn't work anymore. It's too outdated, and it's really showing an R2D2. This is coming from someone who's really liked R2D2. It's one of those things that it's like, do people have the attention span for that now, or do they need to have shorter episodes?
I think 45 minutes is fine, or make it an hour.
I think it's fine, but it's how the story's done. I think what I was saying earlier, it needs to be, I'd say maybe 13 episodes, how it used to be, is too much now. But I think 6 episodes is too short. So 8, I mean, it's not bad, but I think it needs to be at most 10. 9 for a series, and then maybe 1 special. Because if you go over 10, I think it's straining the production. It's too much work. But 8, it might work, but you need to give it a chance to build up the story and the characters for the finale.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just depends on the story, I'd say. I'm not really sure why you didn't just keep the Chibnall format where the episodes were 50 minutes to 1 hour. 10 episodes with specials. Yeah, you could do 50 minutes, 1 hour. I normally say, like, if you have the first episode, like series opener, an hour, everything else 45 minutes, and then the last maybe 2 or 3, if you want a 3-parter, you have another hour, maybe. I don't know. For the shorter, light episodes, maybe 45 works. Even like half an hour if you want, but I think that's too short. Yeah, I spoke about that before, Logan. Should it have a serialized format? It all depends on attention span again. It's whether people are watching and what the story's like.
Yeah.
You need to have a good story for that. It's like the key to time, like a series wide arc. I don't know. I think if you split the episodes into 6 parts, you're gonna have to have it dragging, which I
Yeah.
don't think people would stick around with.
No.
I think Davros and the Daleks are able to take over the universe and will kill off the Doctor along with the TARDIS. Will make a great series to work with. Yeah, if you could take the Doctor out of the picture, and that's why the Daleks take over. Yeah, that would be a good idea.
Flux does it
Anything-
okay.
yeah.
I just think the ending is awful.
I don't think I really finished Flux, to be honest. I still
No,
haven't watched.
I think you're lucky if you haven't finished Flux. Really, it's just.
I only
it
know
was-
the memes.
Yeah, but
I'm good at this. Nobody needs soup more than me.
Why don't you just
Oh,
die?
scared. Yeah.
Not
for yous.
I just think yeah, the ending was just very rushed. It was very like, oh shit, we don't know how to end this. Oh, I know, we'll just use the thing that caused it in the first place. Ha 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 ha. So
Didn't they overshadow it with Timeless Child stuff as well?
yeah.
Tattoon and
Yeah. And the Doctor ends up out like in between like universes. So like the void, basically. And that's where Division sits, I'm pretty sure. But yeah. But I do think the Angel episode was really good. Oh, there you go. Zanate says it as well. The Angel episode was great. Such a cool concept. And actually for once scary. I think that's cool. And I like the kind of the setup at the beginning where it's like you see the angel.
yeah.
And then it takes Die with her, and then that's all you see for a while. And then oh no, not Die. It's what's her face? The psychic, the psychic lady, not Die. Die gets stuck and Die's Dan's love interest. But yeah, I thought those were great, and it just.
I thought 73 Yards was really good. Well, I just thought the ending they messed it up. It went too political.
It would be a good opportunity to bring in old companions.
But the opening was great.
Being killed and thinking of a rather harsh series here. Fair enough. Can you imagine Captain Jack meet up with 13 and 10? Yeah, as Captain Jack would say, you don't want to know what I'm thinking.
It depends if John Barrowman is forgiven, but who knows?
No.
I don't really know what's going on with him at the minute, so I don't really want to comment on it.
No, I mean neither. God knows.
Yeah. 13 and 10. Yeah, I mean, bring in old companions who could end up being killed. I think you can rather harsh it in series here. Yeah, I think didn't they do that with it was in Dalek Master Plan, Sarah Kingdom. I think she's actually died recently, Jean Marsh. I think it's only the other day.
Oh, really?
Well, I think they killed her off in the series. She's only in the first 2, I think, or I think the Daleks killed her. If I remember. Okay. It's been a while. But it has been done before that. Yeah. But again, it's all down to That's what I was saying. It's just authenticity and world building. That's what they need to bring back. And they need to decide whether Doctor Who has canon or not. Because Chibnall confirmed the other day in that podcast that it did exist. Moffat seems to think it doesn't with Paul Cornell, and RTD seems to be skirting around the issue. So someone needs to come on and say, does it exist or doesn't? I think it should have a loose canon with those 5 rules. I can pin that actually.
What do you think of the overall design of 13 Silence at the Rules console entryway? I didn't hate it. I know that you thought it was a bit plasticky, Will.
Oh, the new TARDIS, yeah.
No,
It's
13.
not...
13.
Oh, 13. The 13, yeah. Yeah, a bit plasticky. It
Um,
reminded me a bit of the Eye of Harmony and Deadly Assassin.
but no,
It was like
I
a big
didn't.
crystal.
Yeah, I didn't hate it. I just like it kept the alien vibe. That's about it. Another issue I have with Doctor Who, nobody is now is nobody who's a Doctor actually dies. They're all killed off in really complex ways that get them out of the picture. It'd be so much more impactful if a companion actually dies once in a while. Yeah, 100%. Favorite Doctor, go.
Favorite Doctor, go. David Tennant. And Tom Baker. You think if you want classic and new?
David Tennant, Paul McGann. Oh yeah, I threw that in there. I dropped Paul, the
Paul McGann.
McGanster.
It's a great
Boom!
opportunity. You could bring him back in a miniseries. And you could, tell you what, you could have that as serialized as well. What Logan was saying. So that would work quite well as a 4-part or 6-part series.
If I was showrunner, that is what I'm doing. I'm
do
bringing
it.
back. I am bringing
Why are they
back
doing one about Sea Devils? Do one about 8th Doctor.
Yeah, I don't know why they're doing Sea Devils.
Is it because the Legend of the Sea Devils didn't do very well, so they're trying to make up for it? I don't know.
Don't know. Seems a bit dumb in my opinion. RTD's finished as a written Doctor Who. He's not the person who did the classic days anymore, but he had restraints on him back then.
The thing about Peter Capaldi, he's a good actor, but I just thought none of his episodes really stood out to me.
Not even Heaven Sent.
Apart from, I don't know, because it was at that point I started to tune out a little bit because it was after Series 6, so I was just kind of watching it when it was on. But yeah, I think like Before the Flood and that sort of stuff, it didn't really excite me to want to watch it. But I rewatched Twice Upon a Time not long ago, and I thought it was really good actually on a second watch.
Yeah.
Considering what we've seen in the last few years with Chibnall and the new series, I thought it was really good.
Cape has such McGann vibes, like me personally, or the Cape. Matt Smith, you get Peter Capaldi. Like cancel me.
I have more McGann vibes because I'm from Liverpool.
Paul McGann mentioned. Goat mentioned. Who's the Doctor McGann is? He's MVP. Capaldi struggled to have a personality in the beginning. That is true. I think obviously you had he's new, companion isn't, so it was a bit of an interesting thing there. But I think kind of end of Series 8, Series 9 is kind of when he starts having more personality. And then Series 10 he's great in, I think.
But do you know that scene when he's on the tank but like playing a guitar? Yeah, that's where I kind of thought it started to become a joke of itself again, like in the 80s.
Yeah,
that's where I couldn't really take it seriously, and that's why I started to go off it a little bit.
Yeah. I'd like to see an Irish Doctor one day. Me too. Me too. Because that would probably be my new personal favourite.
Must have been a Welsh Doctor.
If he's ginger, and if he's got an Irish accent, take me. Where was I? Has it been a Welsh Doctor? I don't know. I know obviously Scottish.
I don't think there has been, actually.
We've just got Northern.
Hello, it's Russell T. Davis here.
Hello, it's Russell T. Davies here. I'm the showrunner of Doctor Who. Now that means that I make all the big important decisions. And yeah. Kate likes men confirmed. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I don't even know.
Anyone going to mention my absolute favourite, Christopher Eccleston? I did like his acting. I thought it was really good. But it's the fact that he only had one season.
Yeah.
I think that's what. Because I didn't really.
Don't get me wrong, he's underrated. I think he's a great Doctor.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. And so many people used to skip him, but Eccleston, yeah, I just kind of wanted a bit more time with. Big Finish kind of gives him that time again, but I don't know. I'm kind of more excited to see the Rose and Eccleston stuff on Big Finish and see how that comes across. But I feel like it's still rather limited because you're constricted between a time. You're going to have Bad Wolves spread everywhere. It's still within the same season arc, so you can't change too much. Unless they do the whole, my headcanon is that every Doctor by generated. So, like, fuck knows.
So I got it. RTD is finished as a written in Doctor Who. He is not the person who did the classic days anymore because he had restraints on him back then. I think the only reason why it had to be good back in the day was because they were trying to pitch the BBC to get them the Doctor Who back in. So he didn't want to go too
ambitious.
Ambitious, yeah. But I think that's what made it good. But now it's just gone all out. I think he's past his prime, really. I think. They just need they need new blood. They need new writers. Like, collaborate with Big Finish. Get some science fiction people in.
Oh, 100%.
You know. Yeah.
100%.
Because they get Nick Briggs in all the time, so he could have connections to the BBC.
Yeah.
You know. Oh, Nick Briggs did voice the robots, by the way. I did look it up.
Oh, he did. Of course, he did. He always does.
He did the big two, the big ones, I think, but
and
not the. Maybe.
Polish.
But we get polish in chat.
Can we get a polish?
Going full Twitch mode now. We get some polishes in chat, please.
Spam the emotes, guys. Spam the polish emote. What would both of you say is your biggest strength when creating your machinimas?
What's yours is editing, I think. Yours is the effects.
Maybe.
Why are you pulling a face? True, I think yours is the effects, I think.
Thanks.
I don't know about mine really.
Surely the
story. Well, I was going to say that, but then it's subjective. People might not say, "Oh, my story's very good," but you know. It's up to them, really.
Yeah, favorite time vortex design. Mine.
Yeah, logo-wise, probably me. Actually, to answer Logan's question, I'd probably say graphic design. That's probably my strength. Doing all the logos.
Doing all your UI screens and things like that as well. Don't forget about
but that wasn't using After Effects, so it's I had to do it the long way. But
yeah, favorite time vortex design, I'd say mine is pretty sexy. But if you're talking about the actual show, I really like 2005 to 2008. Well,
I'll tell you why I like that, because it's energetic.
Yeah.
I went off Smith's vortex because it was too slow.
Yeah.
The thing about David Tennant stuff is when it came on, you were like, "Oh yeah, let's go."
Yeah.
But now with Matt Smith, it was like, "Oh." That was it. It's like.
Hang on. His would just do this.
Demonstrating. Go on. That was me when I was 5. But the thing about Tennant's one, though, it was so much quicker than that.
Yeah.
It was like, pew! You know.
His was just.
Yeah. But that's why I liked it, because it was all the orchestra as well in the back going da-da-dun, da-da-dun, da-da-dun. You know, it's really good, really good.
I like McGann's.
It made it exciting.
McGann's is nice. It's obviously quite long because it's more like a movie intro, but
yeah,
I think it's a nice vortex to look at. It's quite pretty.
If they were to do like a mini series from McGann, I'd try and use that vortex, but update it a little bit.
Yeah, well, it'd be like the one that the guy there's someone out there who remakes them and makes them look more modern. I basically
Neon Visual.
No, it might be Adam VFX because he did a
You know what I know is John Smith, I think.
Hang on. Well, he's already working for Doctor Who.
I think he did it during the Jodie era. I don't think he is now.
Oh, does he not do it anymore?
I don't think so.
I think it's Adam Walker who makes them. VFX? Adam Walker VFX? Yes. And he
Okay.
Let me show them off. So he makes stuff like this. And I'm pretty sure he remade the 2005 ones.
Oh yeah.
And in fairness, it's one of the best ones I've ever seen be recreated, because there's this bit in the original Doctor Who title sequence where go on, load.
We're experiencing technical difficulties.
Doctor Who 2008 intro. Don't look at my For You page. Pretend you never saw that. The TARDIS at the end of this does this thing that matches to the music that goes bum 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 bum.
You can't play it. We're gonna get copyrighted.
I know.
Just mute it off.
I can play this bit. I can play a very short segment.
Just mute it off. You can play the whole thing then.
I'll play it really quietly. This bit. It's timed as it flips.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And
I got what you mean.
He does it pretty on point as well. I think. Or I could be wrong. This is very embarrassing. But everyone else just kind of.
Yeah.
But everyone else just goes bum bum bum. They don't do anything with it. So I do appreciate that. But no, he does really great. I mean, he's even made the Starby stuff to look like the 2000, a remastered version of the 2005. So it's even got more texture onto it.
Oh, that's cool. All right, I'll check him out.
We can go through it quickly now, just so I have to mute it. But it's like that. So it's more of a time column. So it's just the same format, but then with this logo, and then but
it's just the speed of it all. That's what makes it exciting.
I haven't seen this though. Sharda, the Paul McGann version, but let me quickly find the. Let me pull up the Paul McGann one he did.
They've done Star Trek ones as well.
He also did the Doctor Who Beware, which was the audio series that they did.
Oh, right, okay.
There is actually a cool idea from that I really wanted to do one day. This is actually where I got my idea for my vortex, this kind of fluid-looking vortex. But anyway.
Yeah.
I haven't seen this one, so I don't know what this looks like. Okay, maybe not quite like that then.
Yeah.
But,
Who
no,
did
so
the movie theme for Paul McGann?
I don't know, but he even recreates the planets, the full intro, the eyes.
Oh wow. Yeah.
This whole thing, I think, is redone.
Oh, even that as well.
Yeah.
Oh, do you know? I might have seen that. I do recognise that shot.
And then you've even got this stuff.
Yeah.
I can't really play it, but like I'd get them to do this because it looks so much nicer than obviously because obviously it's more high quality textures. But like those bits, those big like bright fiery bits there, and this, look how good that looks.
Yeah.
Imagine that back on our TV screens.
Yeah.
I'd even
same sort of text as well.
Yeah,
You know?
I was literally about to say keep the same font, keep the same look. I literally would be like, hey, look, we want this for Doctor Who.
This is what the Whoniverse should be. All right, if you're going to be I forgot to mention this as well. If you're going to be having this whole Whoniverse thing, right? It should have a canon, a loose canon, because that's like having like the Star Trek brand without canon. If you're putting a label on it, it has to be.
Yeah.
You know. It's making it believe the universe and having some sort of consistency. Because it's again, it comes back to world building. You know.
Yeah, you need the world building.
Yeah. But that'd be really good if you could have like a spin-off series.
I that would be one of the first things I'd do if they ever came up to me with like, I want a spin-off.
Yeah.
Be like, okay, Paul McGann.
Let's get him on.
I want a Paul McGann miniseries.
And then get some of the writers in for Big Finish who've written for him.
Exactly. And they know what they're doing because they are mainly the foundation for Paul McGann. He's like, they've molded him. And I don't know who's the main writer for the original Paul McGann ones. Let me look.
The TV movie?
No, as in for Big Finish, because I know they get other ones in. I know that, but he might be getting a bit too old now. True, but then it's Doctor Who. No one cares. Maybe you explore it more into the Time War stuff. Like you
get him in a wig again.
Maybe you kind of split it into 2 parts. You have like a 6-part, but it's like 1 to 3 is like the early years, and then the other half is like him leading up to the Time War, where he does look older. So there's ways to get around it. I do like the vortex playing in the background, where one side flipped and both sides mirroring each other. Oh yeah, on my one, yeah. I think, yeah. How close are they being able to use AI to make an actor like they're like very close? There's a new film with Tom Hanks. I can't remember what they called it, and I'd have to look it up.
They tried it with Luke Skywalker in The Mandalorian.
Yeah, but that looked crap.
It wasn't, yeah.
But they sorry, my brain's gone all squiggly. Yeah, so it's like a Tom Hanks thing, and it's like they literally de-age him right in front of your eyes, and he looks perfect. So they could, but it would be a lot of money, I think. It's gotten pretty good, but it's still in the realm of Uncanny Valley. It's almost there though. Yeah. So the main writers seem to be Eddie Robson and Steve Loynes, who writes for McGann, at least for
Pat Mills, Mark Platt.
Sometimes Nicholas Briggs writes them. But this is for Lucy Miller, in fairness. So this was Sheridan Smith.
Yeah.
Alan Barnaby Edwards. Oh my god, it's me.
Yeah.
Eddie Robson again.
But Instead of getting writers who've written for soaps, why don't they get these people in?
Barnaby
So
Edwards again.
who have they got at the
Jonathan
minute? Because they've
Morris.
got. I know Pete Mathias coming back, but he's only written. I think it was Praxis and Kablam. I did like Kablam, but it was like wasn't the best.
I do find these artworks funny because it's just like he's got a wham forehead.
Oh yeah.
Like just look at this, everyone. Like look how wham his forehead is. It's crazy.
Yeah.
No hate on the art, of course. Like, the art's amazing, but like it's just funny to see they've had to use like younger images and.
Oh, is that the time controller as well? Dalek time controller. Why did they get that in the series? That would be really good.
I'm just trying to see who wrote the ones with Charlie, so the originals.
Okay.
Oldest, which would be Storm Warning. So, oh yeah, Monthly Adventures. So that's made by Alan Barnes.
They could write Capey the movie.
Nicholas Briggs. Yeah, they could. TV Doctor Who with Big Finish writers has the potential to be some of the best Doctor Who ever, but they won't ever do that because they're dumb. Yeah. Paul Maggers or Magger, I don't know how I say that. Gary Russell, Alan W. Lear. Chimes of Midnight was written by
Pronounced Mars.
Oh, okay. Robert Shearman. We've heard that name before.
Yeah, but he did Jubilee.
And Robert Shearman is also behind The Chimes of Midnight, which is one of the best 8 Doctor audios ever. They even remastered it on vinyl as a limited edition.
Which one was that one?
Chimes of Midnight.
Chimes of Midnight, yeah, that was it.
And now they've just released a novel for it.
Okay. Is that a Target novel?
I actually don't know. I don't know. I think it's just... No, I think it's just a normal novel. I think they just... Penguin Random House is what it's called.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that
So who's writing the new series now?
Oh, what, the new stuff for the 8?
Yeah, for season 2. Because I know Pete Mathias back. Doctor Who season 2. No, not the William Hartnell one. The new one.
It was annoying because
why did they call it season 2 again? Just call it Serial or something. So Stephen Moffat wrote the Joys of the World. Russell T Davies wrote the opener. Sharma Angel Warfall. I don't know what. Pete McTighe. He's writing Lucky Day. The story and the engine. Inua Elams. He's a British poet, playwright, and performer. So he's a theatre. He's a stage playwright.
Interesting.
So no science fiction background there. Juno Dawson. I think she did that. Was it the podcast version? But other than that, all she's done is
But I just find it funny that like episode 1,
it's just
2,
novels,
and the finales are written by Russell T Davies. The rest of it's by other writers. He's co-written The Well with someone else, but I wouldn't say. So basically, he's written 5 episodes out of them.
Yeah.
Or if you want to be that pedantic about it, 4 episodes. So he's basically just done half the work for them. And obviously he's gone over each one and double checked. I'm assuming obviously Wishworld and Reality War is the 2-parter. So
that'll be the end one, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know how they're going to relate to each other. But
Wish
also,
World.
like, Wish World just sounds kind of crap.
TV Doctor Who with Big Finish writers have the potential to be some of the best Doctor Who ever, but they won't ever do that because they're dumb. I think what it is, right? The BBC, they have this weird, like, I don't know, dislike, I could say, or they seem to poo-poo science fiction. Because other than Doctor Who on the BBC, can you think of any other science fiction shows?
No.
Because most of it at the minute is just like police and crime, drama,
And soap.
and that's it. And soap, reality TV.
So I wouldn't even say BBC do much reality TV.
Well, I can't think of anything else. So what they're probably trying to do is just use the writers that are at the BBC. I don't know how the ins works. I mean, I could be completely wrong in that regard, but it just seems like, from an outside perspective, why are they not using Big Finish? Because I know they've licensed Doctor Who, but
I don't know. It does seem
it seems
ridiculous.
like wasted potential.
It seems so dumb.
Yeah.
But,
I've thought about there being an episode about what happened to the Mary Celeste or what happened to the Mayans. I want to know what happened to Jenny. There's a loose end there they could pick up on.
Yeah.
They still haven't come back to that.
We'll still haven't come back to fucking Susan.
Susan, Romana, Jenny. Who else? There's a couple of ways you could do it. You know, the Rani, if you want to be.
Well, yeah.
But everyone's expecting her at some point. But
I mean, I would. Do you know what I would do? I think I would write an episode instead of it being like the finale. It's the big reveal of like another Time Lord. That's like the Master. I would have it as Romana, because Romana becomes president of Gallifrey, right? And I would change it so that, yeah, we know Romana as she's good, but because of the presidency and stuff, it's changed things. I'm pretty sure there was some falling out between her and the Doctor or something else. And it's like she uses the Doctor to get what she needs, and it turns out it's probably not great. And she actually turns out to be the big bad because, but not like big bad in the way of like she's pure evil. She's doing something for the sake of others and doesn't realize it's probably actually worse. I think that could be a cool thing.
yeah, propaganda. I mean, I think what it is, right, and I've said it probably about 5 times this stream again, but what they're doing is, at the minute, they're prioritizing politics over story, and they need to be doing it the other way around.
Susan has been back, but only in audios.
Yeah, so what it is, people want to, like, escapism. They don't want to be lectured. Because the world's miserable enough as it is already. You know, they just want a bit of a break from it all. They just want a bit of science fiction. You know, they can take them off into this fictional universe that's believable, you know.
Yeah.
And that's all they want. They want to be entertained. I've seen loads of people on, I don't know, Facebook, Instagram, all just saying we just want entertainment. We don't want any of this. But I mean, there's nothing wrong with politics in stories, but it needs to be an afterthought and it needs to be more subtle.
Yeah.
Have a good story first, and then think of a political message. How can we? What like moral? It's like a bit like a fable. What sort of thing can we? What message can we have at the end? You know, that people take away from it. You know. What's going on with that? Why hammer the political stuff so much?
Don't know.
I don't know, mate. BBC. I think what it is, I mean, I don't want to go too deep into it, but I think the license fee needs to go. It's an old thing, right? And it's stopping the incentive to make good things. Because if you get really bad ratings, but regardless of kind of viewership, I mean, you're getting paid anyway through the license fee. So you're going to be like, well, oh, what's the point of making good things if they're going to get paid anyway?
Yeah.
So it needs to go, and they need to think of something else, because if the viewings need to matter at the end of the day. If your audiences aren't watching it, what's the point of making it?
No. Yeah, I agree.
Um,
I like RTD injecting some politics. It's just sometimes he's too blunt. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. He doesn't inject it anymore. He just slams it in, like the most recent.
It's just too on the
episode.
nose. Watch the Orville, Seth MacFarlane. They do it really well, really well. They just have a really good story, and they embed it like a bit of political. I mean, it is obvious to some extent, but it works. It just works. It's really well done. But I think that's how Doctor Who needs to deal with it.
Yeah. Couldn't the opposite be true, that if you were worrying about views, then you could be too busy trying to cater to the audience rather than just telling a good story?
Well, in terms of fan service, because I was reading RTD's book, The Writer's Tale, last year, and he was basically saying it's not a democracy. But I think if you're writing for a fandom like Doctor Who, there needs to be some sort of, all right, okay, well let's see what the fans want, but don't go overboard like Marvel. I think you just need a bit of. You need to have like a bit of canon continuity or consistency at least. But I don't think politics is the problem. It's just how they're approaching it. Because there's nothing wrong with political messages. They just need to prioritize the story over them. That's it. They're just slacking.
Yeah.
End scene.
End scene. We should probably think about ending soon, in fairness.
Yeah. How long have we been going for?
4 hours, 1 minute, and 32 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah.
New record.
New
How long was the
record.
anniversary stream? Was that like two hours or something?
2.5, something like that.
Maybe. An
I
hour
don't
and a
know what
half,
the original
maybe.
was. I know the highlights are like an hour.
Well, we've got. Make this weekly, Logan says.
Well,
We haven't got really enough to talk about weekly.
No, we were talking about doing it more often, just not.
Yeah, cheers, Patrick. Yeah, bored now. Yeah, I didn't think you were still here. But you've gone. Get back to work in the kitchen.
We were thinking about doing it weekly. We don't know.
Yeah.
If it's possible. I know Doctor Who is weekly. But we're not really talking about what's happened in a previous episode. Like the stream would be 20 minutes. We'd say everything we want to do, and that's it. Then move on, and then we're done. That's more of a video, really. But we were thinking maybe like, I don't know, it could be like a monthly thing, or it could just be whatever, that we just discuss new things or just talk nonsense, really. I mean, but it would probably just keep being called Repitching Doctor Who.
Repitching Doctor Who again, and then again, and then again.
And again, and again.
But I think that the main two things, which I just want to reiterate again, how we'd probably fix it is revert the genre back to science fiction, and emphasize Sidney Newman's original concept. So having stories that intertwine with scientific and historical facts. Don't make it like. I mean, there's nothing wrong with educational, but don't make it too strong. Just have it that in a way that makes the audience take away something from that. Make it something interesting. So it's like, oh, ancient Egypt. I'll do a bit of research on that. That sounds quite interesting. And then the other one is just like hard reset of the Timeless Child. We need that needs to be gone, because I can't really see any. It's not working with it. There's nothing. I can't see any of the new possibilities that were promised. I don't get it.
Ever since about Series 5, we've never had a good idea about if the Earth knows about aliens or not. There's all this weird stuff going on, but nobody ever seems to react to any of it. That's another thing about Series 1 to 4, is its Earth continuity. You can always tell where the Earth's position is on the whole extraterrestrial stuff, whereas now things just happen.
Yeah, Moffat kind of ruined that with the cracks in time.
Mm. Mm.
It was like a blank slate. I
Well,
mean,
in
it makes
fairness,
sense. But
yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I think it just gets to a point that you can't. I think you have to try and make a way so that people are oblivious to it. I think it made more sense if this was taking place if they took the same methodology.
I mean, could you have
onto
like an
Christ.
idea of maybe the doctors put like a thing around Earth to shield? I don't know. Maybe just like a perception filter, so they just keep forgetting. Something like that. I don't know.
But
it's just think of an idea that's kind of feasible. So
yeah,
okay,
I mean,
maybe that would work.
Yeah, you'd have to think of a way to make it so that they don't always remember stuff, because eventually, otherwise they'll be like, "Oh, not another bloody alien!" Oh, so
because if it was like post Time War, the Time Lords aren't around anymore. Maybe the Doctor's just having to fill in for them and just preserve Earth. Something like that. Just a simple idea that explains it a little bit.
But no, yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Gatwick did also spew that thing about either like it or go touch grass. Yeah, I don't like any of that. I don't like, because why go against like the fandom? If you're trying to appeal to them, it sounds to me like RTD's going, oh well, old fans, you get off here. We're gonna have the new people now. But it doesn't make sense, because you're throwing away all like you're turning your back on everyone. I know. It's crazy. I just don't get it.
Yeah, me neither. Me neither. Welcome to Doctor Who now.
RTD trying not to.
Impossible difficulty. Nightmare mode.
He contradicts himself though, because the whole thing about bringing Doctor Who back in the early 2000s, there was a thing in his book, and he was saying like, oh, there's a plethora of Doctor Who continuity that we can work from. So on that regard, he's basically saying, all right, it's got this rich history. Let's acknowledge it, but then now he's like, oh, it doesn't matter. Doctor Who canon, it doesn't exist. We're just doing our own thing. It's like, make your blooming mind up,
How would you feel if they decided to full reboot Doctor Who and completely start fresh with the new canon?
I don't think that would work. That's like rebooting the Harry Potter series. I don't think that's going to work either.
No.
It doesn't need to be remade.
Because
it's just the only reason why they're remaking it is because there's no original ideas. All it is now is just money making. They know that an idea works, so they're like, oh, let's remake it, let's reboot it. I was watching a thing on Sky Store the other day, and it was literally 90% of the stuff they were advertising were either remakes or sequels.
Yeah.
There's no creativity at the minute, like in the industry, for original ideas. They're desperate for them. Yeah.
It is crazy.
But because it's financially hard times, they're just trying to stick to what they know to save money. But I do think they need to take a bit more risk at the minute.
100%. Just have to get Willows in there to save the show.
Please get us both in there. Please get us both in there, mate.
Logan, how dare you? Just Willows. Is this how it's going to be now, guys? Is this
even if you just get me in? I'm getting him in anyway. Oh, well, that way. There you go. It's flipped. Yeah. And then we're getting Xenate on music. But Josh for the VFX, you could do the VFX as well, Josh. Yeah.
No.
Writing and VFX.
No. I would not touch VFX.
You could do advising. Oh, I'll tell you another thing they should do. What they need to do for the show, they need to get an official scientific advisor, like how Kit Pedler was on the classic series.
Yeah.
They need to get a person in on the series who's a scientific advisor who writers can go to and say, is this accurate? And he says, oh yeah, okay, that's feasible. And they need a scientific advisor and a historical advisor. That's what they need. It's a bit like how Marvel keeps track of the timeline, but with science
Yeah.
and history. It's that sort of thing. That's what they need.
Convince Willox to put in the cape. Well, Willox wouldn't need to because I just write it in anyway, and it'd be like a little subtle little mention, and it doesn't have to be anything more. Just to kind of solidify me, and then I'm happy, and then let the show go on.
You just have a little mention of the cape, just as a little cameo. Maybe one of the characters in it is called Cape.
Yeah.
I don't know. Or Cape Corp or something. I don't know. Either one of the industries or something. I don't know. How old are both of you?
If
Too old.
anything, I would if I to put, I wouldn't put the cape in. I would just call a planet Tyrento, and then that solidifies that the cape could be from there. It doesn't have to mean that that's the reason what Tyrento is, which we find out later on, which I can't say. But I would just have a planet called Tyrento in Doctor Who universe, and then I'd be happy.
Yeah.
Even if it's just like a throwaway line that the Doctor's just going, we could go to Tyrento, we could go here, and then I'm just like, nice.
Josh is 50.
I am 50 years old. I am Joshua Edward, and I am 50 years old, and I am reborn.
Yay!
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
He's regenerating some Mark Gators, sorry.
I mean, Tyrento is a cool ass name for a planet, to be fair. I know. I mean, I can't remember how I came up with it. I think I was just very into Resident Evil and everything was called Tyrants, and I went, oh, Tyrento. And I was like, oh, that's cool. So then that's how Tyrento was born.
Yeah.
But also the name, like, obviously Tyrant, it fits later on. But anyway. Moving on. Otherwise, I'll end up spoiling it. Doctor by generates into the cape. Yeah,
I think 100%. You guys should start a Doctor Who cinema production company. Right, the thing is, I would love to do that, okay, Logan, but the thing is, it's trying to get everyone together to do it. I mean, we're like me and Josh. We'll do it, but because we know we're both available, but getting everyone else to do it, that's the problem. It's finding the time as well, because you'd have to do it like a proper production.
We got
Zoom. We got Discord, whatever.
Nobody uses Zoom more than me.
I'd love it if so we've got who are the Juma Doctor Who is on here? So we've got just James, right? Me, Josh. It was the one you watched. Was it Ambient?
Ambient, yeah, but he doesn't do it anymore. That was years.
He doesn't do it anymore.
Years and years ago. This is when I started, by the way. This is like
Xene on music. Who else have we got? I don't know. Logan reviewing it or cameo. I don't know. Maybe you could do a voice actor. Yeah. Maybe filming.
Well, Logan's done a machinima project.
Okay, you could do some filming. But if we just get like a proper team together,
advisor.
If we could get a proper team together, I think we could make something really good. Because it's if you can make it original, with all our own music, all our own effects, all our own logos, we could have our own series.
That's right. Xenate did,
but it's just coordination and finding the time to. Because we've all got our own lives. We're all in our different countries.
Xenate did do a Jima Doctor Who episodes. I sent you.
Yeah, I think you did. I'll review them right now.
I'll voice the TARDIS. Sure, you can go shoop 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 shoop.
But who's the showrunner? We're co-showrunner.
Yeah, we'll co-showrun. We drop the scripts and we go peasants, go.
It were the two brothers for Stranger Things.
Duffer Brothers.
There you go.
We're like the Duffer Brothers.
Sure. We'll do that. Yeah.
It's possible. We can make it work. We're the North and South brothers.
I'll have to send you my dissertation, Logan, because I did one on. It was on Canon from my university. I don't know whether you might be interested in that, but it's a bit of a read. It's like 30-odd pages. But it
And
basically
they're
just goes through.
lengthy.
I know, yeah, but I did find it quite interesting. I mean, I was going through all the history of like the first fandom, all that sort of stuff, because it was Sherlock Holmes and there's a thing called the Baker Street Regulars. That's where it all started, but that was like in the 1900s.
We can make the episode production much fun. When you say that, would it? Would it make?
I don't think it. You know,
It does mean that we can just be like, "Oh, we've done this. Get on with it."
yeah.
I don't know, because Gmod is, I think, personally now, even if I had this big team, you'd need animating. I can't make it without animation, and that's easier to coordinate with one person at a time.
You need to coordinate with the mod developers as well. Like, who's the guy that did my TARDIS? It's the people in the Castebras TARDIS Discord, whatever it was. Was that the old one? I can't remember.
But no, we
need to get them on.
Yeah,
you need to get them into NPC making and stuff, model making.
Yeah.
Because I know there's loads of TARDISes on there.
But
We've got
then-
enough of them.
I just think there's no point adding more TARDISes if we can't have things to go against. Like, obviously, it's not in the terms of roleplay, I suppose, but like, still, I just think it needs to have more models.
There's too many TARDISes. There's too many Daleks. There's too many Cybermen.
Give us Ice Warriors. Give us
Actually, there's
Medallions.
not as many Cybermen.
No, give us custom Cybermen as well, like brand new designs that they can be used.
Ice Warriors, Zygons.
Yeah.
Um,
Clockwork droids. They're pretty cool.
Yes. A high definition Slovene.
Yes.
Better
Better Sontarans.
Sontar, yes, yeah. Because it just give us more opportunities for stories. That's all. Because if I were a mod developer, I'd be doing it myself, but I can't code for the life of me.
I know an animator workshop limits is the equivalent to Doctor Who's low budget. Get creative. Doctor Who doesn't have a low budget anymore. Give us the high budget.
Yeah.
But,
You see my low budget. That's series 1.
You see my low budget. That's the season to never be named and season 2.
True. You got a point there, Logan. You got a point, but
that's true. That is true. Yeah. I mean,
thing is, if you're making Gmod Doctor Who, there's a thing like if it's not the official program and you have the TARDIS and you have the Doctor and you got the companion, and then you're making like these villains that have nothing to do with Doctor Who. I mean, is it really Doctor Who?
No, exactly.
But
But
because Diaglock, I did that with. I think I had a species in it that wasn't really a Doctor Who species, but it wasn't. I don't think it was very popular. But it's like the likes of the Daleks and the Cybermen. That's what gets the views.
But it's like you notice a lot in my series 2 and in upcoming series 3. A lot of it doesn't involve Doctor Who monsters because there aren't them. I think series 3 has 4 from Doctor Who.
Yeah.
And that's even like having to like find new player models that work and look like them. Like I wanted to do the Ice Warriors, and there was
the other problem you've got though. If you wanted to do a non-Doctor Who villain, like the majority of the workshop are either anime, or like some well-known game player model. So the first thing you're going to see is, oh, I know that's from a game from I don't know PS5 or whatever. You know, like Bumming Deadpool. I'm scrolling through now.
No, not every story needs to have an actual Doctor Who villain. No, I agree. And it doesn't. But I'm saying like
90% of this is just anime.
Yeah, the mass majority still needs to have some sort of link to Doctor Who. So start a Patreon and eventually commission a model you want to use. I know there are pages out there. I think it's like garysmod.org or something like that, and you can commission people to make things.
Yeah. But that's the thing, though. You just need a group of people that want to do it and come together to make it. That's why I just want to get it onto the TV.
I don't want to spend 200 quid or whatever much for like
Yeah.
a couple of models.
It's not worth it.
Like I'm still trying to work out how I'm going to do my episode 4 with that. Like,
Because look, you can't monetize it
thing.
because it's Doctor Who.
No, exactly.
So it's not our property. You can't make profit from it. Because you probably get a cease and desist letter from the BBC. So,
yeah, it is painful. That's our issue from our previous seasons, is that we've had to rewrite stuff around Gmod's limitations. I mean, my series 2, I used to write it like it was real life, and then realized, oh, the Cape can't. Obviously, I didn't know about posing and stuff then, but like, oh, the Cape can't just reach out and grab stuff and do that. So I had to like change how he'd react to things and what he'd do, and
yeah.
So it's a bit annoying there, but now we got the animation. I can now do whatever I like. So that kind of stops the issue of it not being somewhat realistic. Like I can now do what a human can do, but having things to go against, I think that's the hard thing, because there's nothing on the workshop, and I don't want to spend loads of money on something. As much as I love, like, you know, yeah, it's a passion project, and I do spend money on Cape Who, you know, for the music, for other things, but bearing in mind that Cape Who takes like an episode takes like a couple of months to come out, and then like I probably spent 50 quid, so that's like what 20 quid, 25 quid a month, like. Which is like pocket change, really. Like the end of the day,
I think you can loophole earnings with Patreon. I did find a Terminator machinima that actually went to disc, so they somehow got permission. You reach that point though, because in the US is the law different? Because here, I think it's a bit more strict here.
It's a lot more strict here.
Have you got a license, mate?
No, but you can't come in my house because you're not legally allowed to, alright? So fuck off, alright?
Have you got a TV?
Go back to your dumpster. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Get out of my pub.
Yeah.
That's how we all talk around here. When the TV license people come up, that's how we chat. Get the fuck off my property. Okay, we're starting an American. Yeah,
well, it'll just be like the Paul McGann TV movie again, then set in America.
Yay! Bro. Yeah, I don't know. I'd love to have more models, and maybe me and Will can work something out in the future. Maybe we can, if there's a monster that we both want to do and it could be commissioned, we could split depending on how much it is. I don't know. There's options out there, but it really.
Why did I choose the name Millie as your companion? Do you want to know why? Because my sister's called Emily. That's it. That's it. There's no deep meaning to it. That's it.
But yeah, like depending on costs and stuff, then maybe it's possible. But I don't know. I don't know. I think we both need scripts really for that stuff before we even think about it. I think if you were to write some scripts for if you were to do series 2, and then we can look into the logistics of it, then who knows? Maybe there could be a series 2 of Willox's Gmod Doctor Who or whatever, but God knows.
Yeah.
God knows.
No. So yeah, I think that wraps it up, really. To be honest,
That does wrap it up.
Have we got any final questions?
You've got about 6 minutes left, so you have 6 minutes to say your last bits and bobs.
Yeah. We're right here. It could be about anything. It doesn't have to be necessarily Doctor Who.
No,
Just-
yeah, exactly.
It's a wild card now. Just do whatever you want.
Are you
Go crazy.
single?
Go crazy.
Are you dating anyone right now? Are you single?
Not too personal. Favorite Toy Story film? Patrick, that is a good question. I haven't seen number 4, but I have I do remember Toy Story 3 was my favorite. I think
That was a scary one. I quite like
that
number
was.
2.
Yeah, I don't really remember number 2.
It's the chicken. It's the guy in the chicken suit.
It's the guy. Al. Yeah. I can't believe I have to drive all the way to work on a Saturday. All the way to work. Yeah.
And he's just like across the road. Yeah.
It's been years since I've seen it, to be honest.
I want to see Willow season 2 and see more collaborations with you guys. More Doctor Who stories, the better. Like I said,
Hopefully you'll see them on TV in the future.
Yeah.
Let's see.
And it also
I've got
depends-
scripts written. I just haven't got them published. You know.
Yeah. I think it also just depends on like the logistics, if it was even possible in Gary's mod, because I wouldn't say the full picture, but I have a rough idea of what Will would do. So some of it's achievable, some of it not so achievable. So it's like we'd have to work out what is what.
Yeah.
Least favorite food.
Oh God.
And
That's a
now,
good question.
Now I've been asked that, I've completely forgot all the people, all the food in my life.
I used to like chocolate brownies, but I don't like them anymore. Too sickening.
What do I really hate? I don't know. I'd have to come back to that. I'd have to come back to it. It's like something I'd eat and I go, "Well."
So Josh, what is your favorite Willogs Gmon Doctor Who episode? And Willogs, what is your favorite Cape episode? My favorite Cape episode is from series 1.
Shut up! No, it's not. I'm meant to be biased because I'm in it, but episode 6 of yours.
6. Why not 5? Just curious.
Nothing's wrong with 5. I think it's a personal note because I sound like I'm 12. And I've just been deepened, but yeah, that's kind of like the bit where I look at it and I'm like, Miss Anderson, and I'm like, no, it needs to be Miss Anderson. So I don't know, but in terms of story, there's nothing wrong with I guess both of them, because it's a two-parter. So story, I'd say that one. Episode 6, because I'm more of an action snob, so. I like all the stuff that's going on. And it's like aesthetically pleasing.
I think for yours, because the first one that made sense, and they're your words, were Memorable Christmas.
Yeah.
I helped you with that, so I think that's probably my favorite so far. But I do like the new one that's coming out soon.
Oh yeah,
for its history accuracy, I do like that.
Yeah.
But then the other one from series 2, I thought episode 10 was quite good because I helped you with that one.
Yeah.
And Graves Blink was quite good. I just think you could really, if you wanted to remaster that one, you could make it
I'd
really
make that
creepy.
really scary, and I
Yeah,
would change the whole. Come on, Gary, let's run away, because that's so dumb.
Yeah.
But no, I think if I ever remaster series 2, I would make that episode so much better and get rid of the crappy jump cuts.
Yeah.
Well,
as a concept, I thought it was really good. Get that Halo announcer guy in again. Those cheapskates.
We can't for reasons. Blue effing cheese, disgusting. Fair enough. That is quite gross, actually. I probably.
I met Nicola Bryant very nicely. Oh, cool. Where was that?
Would you guys ever consider creating an episode for each other's machinimas? Oh.
How much do you want to pay me?
How much you can pay me?
It all depends on if we have time, Logan. If we have time.
Maybe I'll get bored and I'll just start making a story for Will, and I'll be like, I've made you an episode. It's all done. Have a watch. And then he'll go, what the fuck is this shit? This is disgusting. What are you doing? So he knows. He knows. I'd love to write an episode for his Gmod series. I'd love to have like a guest writer role, as would I love him to write for mine. That'd be quite fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that'd be quite fun. Is there a video game that stuck with you?
Ooh.
Childhood wise, probably Minecraft, because that's sad.
Yeah.
Recently, Flint and Steel.
Chicken Jackie.
Chicken Jackie.
Yeah, I'd do the same. Minecraft. Because the first game I used to play, because my dad used to play, it was Age of Empires 3. So that started me off. And then I think Pirates, Sid Meier's Pirates. I don't remember that. That was early 2000s. And then I got my Xbox.
Yeah. So when I was a kid, like really young, my dad had a PS2 that he never played, and they had this Peter Pan game. That was fun. I remember that one. I remember vividly. And there was the Harry Potter Goblet of Fire game. And I remember we didn't have an SD card for the PS2, so it would basically, if you turned off the game, it would restart all your progress. Nothing was saved. So the amount of times I had to play the opening scene to Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, that I had nightmares, because there's this gargoyle thing that drops down, and because I kept seeing it so many times, I then had dreams that a gargoyle would drop down on me on this bridge. So that stuck with me. Then when I got my Xbox, Minecraft, and then recently a lot of like the Souls games. I've been playing Lies of P. That's a Souls-like, and then God of War. Oh, obsessed with God of War. I'd love to do like a Capey episode, but like I realize that God of War is very fictional, so I'm like, I don't think I could do that. I don't know, but yeah.
That's the one. Was it Christopher Judge did the voicing for?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
I
remember it from Stargate.
Boy.
That's a series that hasn't been ruined. Stargate. That's been off the air for years.
Yeah.
But I don't think that would work today. I mean, they did that Origins thing, which wasn't bad, but it's the humor. It's very, very 90s.
I missed the cliffhangers in Doctor Who. I mean, there still are some cliffhangers. How much would you realistically ask for if it didn't make your episodes for free? In what terms? Like, how much would we want to be paid to make them, or like how much money do we want to like charge for the like what?
Well, scripts can go out for like 500 quid, if not more. So that's in the industry.
There's a new
because we're friends. I mean, we could do maybe, I don't know, 20 quid. I don't know.
20 quid? Is that all I'm worth?
No, for me.
Oh. 20 quid?
No, not you. I mean, like, I'm giving you a discount. All right, I'll charge you 200,000 then.
All right, sounds good. I'll go into debt.
What ruined the MCU?
I don't know.
Too much fan service, and it's overly complex. But basically, what happened was they reached the point where you had to watch a film in order to understand a TV series, or was it the other way around? You had to watch WandaVision in order to understand the Doctor Strange film.
Yeah,
and that's where you start to alienate people. If it's not standalone, that's when it becomes an issue. That's when it becomes an issue. I think that's where it went wrong.
And finally, do you guys think machinima as a medium has a future in entertainment, or is it a dying medium?
Good question. Well, I think
it's a hidden medium, really. I don't think many people do it, and I wouldn't say it's dying because it never really started up until. I mean, obviously it existed, but it was more like memes. But as a entertainment.
Yeah. I want to see what the sandbox thing is going to be like. You know, Gary, it's not Gary's Mod 2, but it's like the successor to Gmod. Because some of the graphics on that's stunning. Because they're using the Source 2 engine. But what worries me is the fact that they're going more to like game developers route, where it's you have to create you create your own game, so it's more like Roblox. But I just hope that they're going to do like a sandbox mode for filmmakers and stuff.
Yeah, maybe.
Because I would love to do something in that.
Question is it going to look too different to Gmod?
Yeah, well, it would look more realistic. It would help with like the live action sort of thing. If you wanted to, I think a series in that would look really good, really good. If you could do it right.
I remember I toyed with the idea of using VR in Gmod, and then I had
VR.
motion capture basically for my arms.
I think you were telling me about that actually. Yeah.
I don't own one, so I could never attest it, but like I thought that would be like a cool thing to give a go, because there is a VR mod. And also like seeing the TARDIS like in real life, like in Gmod, would be pretty sick.
Did you play the 13th Doctor VR thing? What was that?
Not in VR, but I played it Edge of Reality or whatever it's called.
Edge of Reality, yeah.
Originally called Edge of Time because I was pissed off because I was going to call episode 10 of series 2 The Edge of Time. And then I was like, oh, okay, can't call that. Then I was going to call it Time Fracture. Then they released the Time Fracture experience. I went, oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
I can't remember what I called it. I think I called it a fracture in time in the end. So, yeah. Logan, I asked because it was so much bigger in the early 2000s. Yeah.
I think with machinima, though, because you've seen it with, like, The Mandalorian. Video games and, like, 3D environments and things, film and video games are becoming one, basically. And it's been gradually doing that for, I think, over the past 10 years. Because now you can just have, instead of green screen, it's all just 3D environments projected onto LED screens. It's, I think that's the way film's going. So I don't think it's not really a dying medium, it's just evolving into something else.
No, yeah, exactly.
But
yeah.
Yeah.
Good live stream. I'll give the beginning and listen while at work. Maybe do a monthly podcast or something. I'd listen. Well, like I said, we'll see how we feel. We would kind of like to do something a bit more regular. It'd be nice to have something on our channels from time to time.
Yeah. Mine's been a bit dead for a few years. I do apologize.
And so is mine. So it would be nice to have something that is coming out on a reg, but not like mega regularly. I don't want to be doing this like every week or every other week. I think it would probably serve. Yeah, it would probably serve as once a month or like one day in each month, whether that is exactly a month in advance or something like that. But
I know it gets you the views, but I have a dislike for the YouTube algorithm. Like, you know how you have to keep churning out content constantly?
Yeah.
I can't do that. Yeah. It's I always do quality over quantity.
Exactly. But this is a nice way to kind of check in on everyone, I suppose, and just chat, really. I mean, we always chat outside of YouTube and stuff, so it's just
and even if we did something on Discord or something, or I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm sure we can work something out, whether it's a monthly live stream or something like that.
Yeah.
Just to kind of keep you updated. We could even give like live updates on stuff we're working on and clips and stuff like that. So you never know. You never know.
Yeah.
But who knows? Who knows?
What's your thoughts on the current state of the video game industry? Just have one last question. Video game industry. They're too focused on money.
Yes, I was literally about to say that. The fact that GTA 6 standard is going to cost 100 quid.
No, I think it's $100, but it's 80 quid.
Oh, right, okay. $100 is ridiculous. Which means other companies like Ubisoft and fucking EA are going to go, oh, that's the new standard for video games. Already cost 50 bloody quid. I don't want to be spending 80 now for standard editions just to own the license, not even to own the game, to own the license to the game.
Yeah.
Like, that's ridiculous.
In 2014, the Master Chief Collection was, I think at launch, it was 50 quid. So it's doubled over 10 years.
And the Master Chief Collection contains all, like, majority Halo games.
Do you know how much it was going for on Steam the other week? But it was that spring's Steam sale.
15
8
quid.
quid.
8 quid. Nice.
8 quid for how many games? Like six games.
Mm,
That's a
crazy.
bargain.
Mm.
That's a bargain.
It is. It is. But yeah, I've never been a massive Halo person. I only played Halo Reach, but I didn't really play the campaign much on Halo Reach. I mainly just did it to dick about. MCC
I grew
is
up
so
with
good
Halo,
now.
so
MCC.
yeah, Master Chief Collection.
Oh yes. Sorry.
I didn't like. I mean, did you watch the Halo series, Logan? Because apparently
I've
that's
seen
not a good
snippets.
representation of the games. Because my dad was watching it, and then I said, no, play the games. So that's what I bought him. I bought it for 8 quid, but
Fair enough. Cool.
I mean, design-wise, it looks great, but
Yeah.
apparently the story's not good. Yeah, you see Master Chief's face.
Mm,
Yeah.
fair enough. Right.
Mm.
I think
Right.
that is
that's
a
it.
good place to end it.
Yeah.
It's coming up to 11
My ears are
o'clock.
burning. Oh god.
My arse
That's
is
my
on
bedtime.
fire. I've been sat down doing like just chatting for 4 hours and 40 minutes. My arse needs to cool down.
That's like one of our calls, and like sometimes anyway.
Yeah,
so.
but I stand up. I can't stand up because I just move the camera. It's kind of made I don't hate it. It's just beautiful, great action stories made. Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, anyway, we might do something more regular, not necessarily like a weekly thing, but we might try and do something from time to time.
Yeah.
Not leave so many big gaps in between uploads and stuff. I suppose it kind of helps say that we exist. Seeing as the running joke for Will is that he's alive. He's alive.
I'm a private guy, you know.
Yeah. Josh live stream the Halo campaigns. Maybe, who knows? Maybe one day.
Could we do split screen? Because I've got Master Chief Collection.
Okay, if you wanna.
Can you do that? I don't know.
I don't
or
know.
is it not available on PC?
I'm sure we can work it out. But
I'll do it.
Oh, there we go. me and Will down playing Master Chief Live. Woo! Slayer.
Master Chief and Arbiter. Yeah, there's co-op for campaign. Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
Go. Make a Halo.
Make a Halo. No, Red versus Blue too.
No, not again. But yeah. So hopefully we'll do some more stuff together. But until now, thank you all for watching. Hopefully
thank you very
one day
much.
we'll be repitching Doctor Who for real, and we will see you all.
Got to start a petition.
We'll see you all in the next one. See you later. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I bet we got
Guys,
you. What?
stop fighting. Stop fighting.
Shut up, guys. Stop. You're not allowed the place. Anyway.
No fighting in the war room.
For real though. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Woo!